Ahead and get started here in a few minutes. Just let us get logged in and we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Can we have an IT person come up? Thank you.
All right, good evening. It's 6:14 PM. We're going to go ahead and begin the regular session. We're going to call the session to order, and we're going to begin with some opening exercises, moment of silence, pledge of allegiance, and preamble declaration of independence. Mrs. Bowles, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Moving on to 4.1. Administrative appointments, 4.1, Director of Network Operations. Turn the time over to Mrs. Vicentainer.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, and members of the Governing Board, as well as members of our public and other distinguished guests. We have 2 administrative appointments tonight. The first, we'd like to introduce and recommend Mr. Ezra Williams as our next Director of Technology. Following a thorough interview process, we are proud to recommend him as Ezra Williams as the Director of Technology. He has over 20 years of experience supporting technology in Arizona for public schools. He most recently served as the Director of Technology for Cave Creek Unified School District, where he modernized network infrastructure across 9 locations and led a district-wide systems migration and strengthened cybersecurity to keep students and staff safe online. Previously, Mr. Williams served 8 years as the Director of Technology for Pendergast Elementary School District, which supported 9,000 students and 1,000 employees across 17 locations. During that time, he led the deployment of more than 14,000 student devices to reach a 1-to-1 student-to-device ratio and guided the district's move to a cloud environment. He began his career in public education in 2003 as a network administrator for Desert Unified School District, where he built and supported network systems at 27 sites, serving almost 23,000 students and 3,000 staff members. Mr. Williams believes technology is only as valuable as the classroom learning it supports, and is focused on reliable systems and hands-on training for staff, and who truly stood out during his selection process. In addition to the over 20 years of experience supporting and leading technology in public education, he holds an Associate of Occupational Studies in Electronics and earned Dean's Honor in both electronics and digital electronics. Thank you very much. So we would like to recommend Mr. Ezra Williams as our next Director of Technology.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Board members, any comments or questions for Mrs. Vicentainer? Okay. Hearing none, seeing none. Just need a motion on the floor.
I move to approve Mr. Ezra Williams for the position of Director of Network Operations effective August 17th, 2026.
And I will second. Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion by Clerk Proudfit, second by myself. Board members, if you can cast your votes on the system when it pops up. Motion carries 5 yeas. Congratulations, Mr. Williams. Please, sir.
Sorry.
Welcome.
Good evening, Board President Toby, Clerk Profit, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Vicentainer, members of Cabinet, and our audience. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very happy to be here, and I look forward to getting started and was hitting the ground running.
Well, we're glad to have you here and like to offer your congratulations. Mrs. Brooks?
Congratulations to you. Thank you for stepping up and serving the school district and the families, the students, the staff. I appreciate it. And I don't know if you have family here, but if they are here, thank you to them as well, because I know it takes a lot of hours away from your family. So thank you to your family and you. Congratulations.
Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you. Congratulations. I'm super excited that you're here in Peoria Unified working for us. I love how you said that you wanted to make the networks and the systems that we have as easy as convenient for our staff. So I'd love to, at some point, hear your ideas on how we can make that more efficient for our team. So looking forward to hearing all of your great ideas, and you have very impressive experience. So looking forward to having you here.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowles?
Congratulations. Reading your background, I first want to say thank you for all your years of services in many districts in this state. We're glad to have you. Yeah, I'm impressed with the years that you've been in education and doing what you've been doing, and not just IT. So, welcome.
I know that admin was very excited to bring your name forward, so it's such a pleasure to officially meet you tonight and welcome you to the Peoria family. Obviously, you have exceptional experience in education, but what really stood out to me is your passion. We have a shared passion of online safety. And I think, out in the community with our parents, our teachers, that is just such an incredibly important thing that we need to continue to evolve with. And so I'm very excited to see how you're going to help us to keep our networks and the online services we have for our students safe and education focused. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
And again, congratulations, sir. Welcome to the Peoria family. Appreciate you being able to join us and to lead our network systems and all the team members that are on that team. We're a big district. It's a big challenge, and Cabinet feels you are up for the challenge. So thank you very much for being here and for joining our family.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to 4.2, the appointment of principal for Heritage Elementary School. Turn the time back over to Mrs. Bissentainer.
Thank you once again, President Toby, Mrs. Proudfit, as well as members of the governing board. We are excited to recommend the promotion of Mr. Tony Balthus for the principal of Heritage Elementary School. Mr. Balthus has over 20 years of experience in Arizona Public Schools as a teacher, coach, and administrator. Tony began his career as a teacher here in Peoria, where he taught at both the elementary and high school levels, served as a state testing coordinator, and acted as athletic director for spring sports at Cactus High School. After 9 years with Peoria Unified School District, Tony left Peoria to work in the Glendale Elementary School District, where he served as dean of students for the Glendale, As dean, he supported campus culture and student discipline, evaluated classified staff, participated in certified observations, and led professional development for teachers. And he also served as 3 years as Title I summer school administrator and taught middle school and junior high math. Upon his return to Peoria, Tony has served as the assistant principal of Heritage Elementary School. Other teaching experience includes teaching and coaching at Skyline West Prep. Across his career, he has served on leadership, climate, math, and community outreach committees, sponsored student council, and coached football, basketball, baseball, softball, and tennis. Mr. Balthus believes strongly that relationship with students, staff, and families are the foundation of a positive school culture. He holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Education from ASU West and a Master's of Education Administration from Grand Canyon University, along with the Arizona Administrative Certificate. With that, administration would like to recommend Mr. Balthus for our next principal at Heritage Elementary.
Thank you, Mrs. Bissentainer. Board members, comments or questions for Mrs. Bissentainer? Hearing none, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and start us off by moving to approve Mr. Tony Balthus as principal of Heritage Elementary School effective July 20th, 2026.
I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, motion by myself, second by Clerk Proudfit. Board members, cast your votes. Drum roll, please. 5 yeas. Congratulations. Welcome, Mr. Balthus.
Excuse me, President Toby. I think somebody hit a light switch because our lights just went off up here.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
So my speech is not as short as his, I'm sorry. I have a lot of people to thank in this room. Says, good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, board members, Mrs. Vicentainer, members of cabinet, families, and guests. My granddaughter. I would like to recognize my daughter-in-law. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. I'd like to thank my daughter-in-law, Devin, who is expecting at any moment. And she showed up tonight, so, and the little 2-foot person there is my granddaughter, Harper. It is truly an honor to be named the principal of Heritage Elementary. And what makes this opportunity even more special is that Heritage is celebrating its 50th year anniversary this year. So, and I have something for all of you before I get out of here. So, throughout my career, I have had the privilege of working with many people who have supported, encouraged, and influenced me. And some of those individuals are even in this room tonight. I am incredibly grateful for each one of them. Most importantly, I want to recognize my wife. She has a lot to say all the time, so as you all know, for the past 20 years, I've had a privilege of watching her as an administrator, including the last 12 years at Canyon Elementary, where she was the Raymond S. Kellis winner. I have learned so much from her, and even after all these years, I continue to learn from her every day. How was that, Kristen? Is that pretty good? I had to give her a plug. She is truly amazing. I love you, and I am so grateful to have you in my life. I feel incredibly fortunate to have this opportunity to lead the student, staff, and community of Heritage Elementary as we begin the next 50 years together. Heritage is truly a unique place. We have many current district employees who either began their careers at Heritage or spent part of their career also there. We have students whose parents attended Heritage, and now their children attend Heritage. So I think that speaks volumes when you talk about our school. There's a sense of community and belonging that exists here. And yes, I love bragging about Heritage. It's a special place. In closing, if you hadn't had a chance to visit us, we're in the southeast corner of Glendale, and we have 3 STEAM nights a year. We are the STEAM school for Peoria Unified School District, so it's pretty awesome. It's an amazing event. We have a lot of people show up, 400 or 500 people on those nights. So we'd love to have you guys visit us. And with that, we'll close.
Very well said, sir. Let us offer our congratulations. Mrs. Rooks.
Congratulations to you and to your family. I know this is a huge honor, I think. And from where I just heard you talk about, you're just very proud. So I'm really excited to see what you do at Heritage and serving the students, families, and staff in the community. You do have a wife that stands out pretty hard, so it might be a little bit of competition. I don't know, but I just, from what I've seen from her in the community, I can only see that it's both of you guys. It's a partnership. So congratulations to you and to your family, and I look forward to touring Heritage with you.
Awesome. You're welcome anytime.
Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. I'm so excited for you. And I love that school. I've been down there on numerous occasions, been down to the STEAM nights, and it's just so cool. And the educational opportunity that kids have at that school is just, it's amazing. And I think it's a school that a lot in our community don't know what a different school environment it is, and in terms of all of the different ways that they teach and so forth. And so I know that's one of the challenges, is to get that information out to the community. But it's a really special school, and another fabulous husband and wife team. We have several of those across the district, but just really, really happy and so glad that you came back to Peoria Unified School District. I do know a couple board members over in Glendale, so I'll have to let them know that we stole you back. So, but excited and can't wait to come out and see the great things you're doing over there.
Ms. Bowles.
Congratulations. I didn't know we could harass other board members and steal them, but I have a friend over there as well. Next to your family being in the room, it's a highlight for me up here to see that. You can see who the family are by the looks on their face, is your employees. And they were itching for you to get in that podium up here in the front. And I wish I would have had a camera ready, and probably I need to start doing that. And the other is your granddaughter. You know, I'm a grandparent, and there's nothing like that. Love my kids. But yeah, it's amazing. And so obviously several generations, someone spoke to a husband and wife team. I totally agree with that. And yeah, it's another level when the staff at your school is excited for you to come on. And for you as well, because, you know, I taught parenting classes when they were forced by court to be in classes, and when they weren't, and that's a totally different, you know, audience. But congratulations, I'm excited for you. I've been at Heritage when I worked in the district, subbing and other things, and I think even basketball games. But yeah, congratulations to all the staff and to you and your family.
It is a great staff.
Clerk Proudfoot.
I don't want to be redundant, so I'll be quick. The Balfuses are another Peoria dream team, and there's nothing better than knowing that you're a great administrator, but you're married to one of the greatest administrators, and we also gain the benefit of having Kristen's wisdom and her ability to create and nurture community right along with the community that you've already created at Heritage. I don't think there's any better compliment than what the people you're leading gave you. So very excited to support you in your role. Please let me know how I can support you, and be careful when you say we can come anytime, because as
I already
you all
warned
can
the staff.
attest to, I for real will. So I'll just be showing up.
I
and,
warned the staff that I was going to say that tonight,
Yeah.
so they're prepared.
Oh, I'll be there. Don't you worry.
And congratulations again. I mean, just your family and your staff being here speaks volumes to that, the way that you talked about Heritage, the heritage of Heritage. And you own it. It's very clear that you eat, sleep, and breathe it. And I think administration made a good pick with this one. So congratulations.
Appreciate it. So is it all right if I bring something up and give to you guys?
Of course.
I'll give it to President Toby, and then he can pass it down. I have 5 Golden Eagles for you guys, because it's our 50th. And I know you guys like pins, so I'm giving a pin to you guys. Okay?
I like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Please feel free to take a moment and exit, and I'm not sure if,
There's some seats towards the front of the room if you want to have a seat. And for anyone standing in the back.
all right, moving on, section 5, recognitions, 5.1. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Toby, members of the board, colleagues, and guests that have joined us this evening. Happy New Year. That's what we say here in the Peoria Unified School District. As you know, one of the greatest days of the year just happened last week. And after months of preparation, hard work, rehearsal, it's like opening night for that first day of school when all those students show up to join us. Visiting campuses and witnessing students as they're forming meaningful connections is really a powerful reminder for all of us. And I know many of you were out and about, either dropping off kids of your own or visiting some of our school sites to see the excitement just like that out there, right on cue, that is the first day of school. So have some of those statistics that we always look forward to hearing each year about the wonderful things that have happened in just a short time since we have started. Students walking through the doors of our 41 schools across the district, filling hallways and playgrounds, classrooms, and cafeterias with so many feelings, some nerves at the time, and of course, just a lot of excitement. We've got a number of highlights to share, and as you know, a lot of the work that you all did as a governing board last spring to set us up for success this year is now happening, and so we want to share just a little bit of that. First, and there's been a lot of excitement around this, a historic milestone for our district. As you know, we welcomed junior Cobras to the campus of Cactus High School this year. 7th through 12th graders are now on the campus of Cactus High School. Really excited for some that are on that wait list, maybe not quite as excited, but due to popular demand, we've now moved that school, that 7th and 8th graders there onto that waiting list. But I was just out there today, and it really is just a wonderful opportunity for those students as they're experiencing a high school campus and, of course, very deeply ingrained in their learning already. We also had some schools that moved to K-6 communities, and so they changed the footprint really of their campus a little bit, and we're hearing really great things, and we really want to thank the administrators and the teachers for their flexibility, all the work that went into making that happen. But we know that many of our students who were at Kachina and Pioneer Elementary are now joining new communities and new campus, and we've been welcoming them with open arms as well. We also have Peoria Pathways that opened on the Pioneer Elementary campus, and for those who haven't heard yet about the really great things that are happening there, it is a mix of schools and programs that are now under one roof, and we look forward to seeing them grow and expand into that new space. We have Peoria Flex Academy, our SOAR Center, or our Dropout Prevention Program, Works, as well as, or soon to be joining them, our e-campus that will soon be moving onto the Peoria Pathways campus. We have a lot more to come from the great work from Sybil Jacob, as well as the rest of the team that have truly, through a lot of help, a lot of volunteers, many of you that I know were out there doing quite a bit to get that campus up and running for the start of the school year. It looks phenomenal. We can't wait to have that ribbon cutting and really show it off to our community, welcome the neighborhood onto that campus to see all the really great things that are able to happen there due to the work that took place throughout the summer. With all of these changes, we are also able to expand the programming for the Met Professional Academy at Old Main. They are still in progress, getting some flexible furniture that's coming into that space to make it a space that's really conducive for the programming that was originally part of the vision for that building. And so we'll be holding a dedication there, and we'll be sure, once that's scheduled, to get that on the calendars of all of our board members so that you can come out and see that in action. But it is as full as it has ever been, and so those programs are growing. We were able to especially expand our medical program there, and so we're really looking forward to seeing all the work that has paid off and really seeing the programs we're able to grow for our students there. And then from the high school to our littlest learners, our preschoolers and our kindergarteners, they're off and running, and we have some really great things happening for our little learners across the district. A number of movements that happened with our preschool programming. We're hearing some really great things coming from those spaces, and want to thank everyone for the flexibility that went into making all those changes come to life and to support our 3 to 5-year-olds in our preschool program. And then, of course, those kindergarteners that are just starting out on their educational journey. Not done with the changes quite yet. We also had 7 new campuses that welcomed the Arise and the Succeed programming. This was a lot of work over the summer that took place. I first and foremost want to thank our principals for all the work that they did on our campuses, but I also want to thank our exceptional student services, that team that came alongside them to support that work of making sure that our spaces were ready for all of our students, and they all had a great learning experience to start the new school year. Before I show you some highlights, there's a whole other group of employees that I want to make sure we take a moment to thank. Before this, hold that thought, and we'll show you some highlights of the first day of school. It's a whole operational team that works tirelessly over the summer, and this is our food service team, this is our maintenance team, our facilities team. They're out in the heat, making sure our campuses and our spaces are prepared, that they look like a welcoming space for our students. There are many here at the district office that are working tirelessly to process POs and make sure all the materials arrive as they should for everyone, and so that we are off and running. To everyone that's on our support services team, IT, making sure everything's working, we're just so grateful for you. And so just want to take a moment to thank all of those employees for the hard work that went into opening the start of school this year. Before I go on and open to any questions or comments from our board on the first day, I'd like to just show you a little recap from the first day of school. Well, it really was an exciting first day. It's been a great start to the school year. I would be remiss if I didn't mention, for many that don't know, we run preschool programs across our campuses. We still have some spaces in our preschool program, so you can visit our website. If you have a child turning 3, it's time to start exploring preschool, and we have many options. So I wanted to leave you with that. I'll turn it back over to you, President Toby.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Airy. Board members' comments or questions? Mrs. Rooks, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all the staff that helped put that together as well. That was great to see, all the smiling faces of the students and staff and families. So, yeah, just welcome back to new school year.
Mrs. Ewing?
Opening schools is no small feat. And I got a chance to go around to at least a couple schools before they opened to see all of the planning in place. And it's just amazing, and our staff works so hard, and they're so excited to have everyone back. I do also want to make sure that we give a special thank you to both the Glendale and the Peoria Police Department as they deal with new traffic in certain areas and so forth, and so supporting us and making sure that our kids are safe as they get to school. But thank you so much and for all of your hard work as well. And just really appreciate all the staff and welcome back families.
Ms. Bowles.
Welcome back, everyone, and I've been part of that crew, opening school. There's a lot to be done the first week of school, and a lot of new programs and things. I want to say thank you, Ms. Aries, for thanking the faceless heroes and, the maintenance that every admin knows they need. So thank you for starting with that. A highlight for me is always preschoolers. I'm a little old to be chasing them around, but I taught preschool for 13 years, and yeah, I mean, how can you not smile when they're so excited about school? But I took a picture just so you know, they were very first slide, because I actually went all the way across town just to go to 8th grade graduation for one of the kids in that picture. So I wanted her to know she's, famous and she's on our, slide. But anyway, thank you for that presentation. It always helps to put faces to, why we're up here. For me, it does. So thank you for that.
Clerk Prophet.
I just wanted to say, first, to thank the cabinet, to thank our admin, Mrs. Vicentainer, Ms. Airy, Ms. Rodriguez. Normally, getting schools open is a monumental task. This summer was even times infinity more. Every single hand was working, all summer. Morning, noon, night. I had the opportunity all summer to be on different campuses and help where I could, but you guys really absolutely bore a lot of the brunt of that work. I also did just want to acknowledge for the staff in the room, I wanted to acknowledge the furlough day. And that was a really, again, it's been a tough summer, and we were asking even more of our employees. So they had Meet the Teacher, which they create these magical environments on Thursday and are able to welcome our students. And then Friday they had to close doors, and that's the day they would normally be putting finishing touches on their classrooms, and they're working many more days than we're even accounting for. And so I just wanted to acknowledge, I understand how hard that was and the extra burden that placed on the staff, and just know that we are working hard to make sure that never happens again. But thank you. Like I said, I was able to go to several of the Meet the Teachers, and I'm just always amazed at the magic that is created. And there's nothing quite like fresh school supplies and fresh backpacks and the kids all excited. And so thank you for allowing the environment to remain so hopeful for our students, despite what we're dealing with on a district level. I just really feel like it was a miracle that that same energy exists. And love that video. We could watch that every day at every board meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. It was a hard ask. I mean, this board asked our staff, our district, to start on a Monday, first of all. And then I've gotten all the emails, and I've read, we're currently in discussion of how to modify that moving forward. But so not only did we ask you to do something difficult as far as starting on Monday instead of a Wednesday, and then obviously, as Mr. Proudfit said, throw a furlough day right in smack in the middle of your guys' prep, trying to get your classrooms ready. So I appreciate all of our staff that was able to rise to the occasion and to meet that demand that we put, and you guys did it flawlessly, at least from our side right now. Like, I know we had some hiccups that first week, but we pivoted and we accomplished what we needed to accomplish. And so I hear what you're saying. I hear your feedback, and we're taking that in consideration. And I hope that next year we won't be having the same conversation. So, but what a great first day, first week into second week. Thank you again to all the staff and cabinet. So welcome back, Peoria. Moving on to section 6, discussion items, 6.1 ELA adoption update. Turn the time over to Mrs. Vicentainer.
Excuse me. Of course I get to the desk and I lose my thought. Good evening, President Toby, Mrs. Proudfit, members of the governing board, as well as our distinguished guests. This evening, we wanted to take an opportunity to update the board on the ELA, which is our English Language Arts curriculum adoption that was approved by the board last May. There has been a lot of, as new materials have begun to arrive, we have wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of how we arrived at those materials and then how we are distributing that information going forward. So without further ado, So the first thing we want to do is just kind of give a quick recap on the adoption framework, just as a reminder of how we approach choosing the materials that we've gathered and chose, as well as the process from what does the board policy say about our curriculum adoptions, and then from there, how did we approach our content review, and then the impact on standards coverage and next steps. So I'm joined here by Director of Teaching and Learning, Sherry Piazza, and so she's going to be taking the next couple of slides because I figure you really want to hear from the expert, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Good evening, President Toby, Cabinet, members of the board, Cabinet guests. Tonight, I bring forth to you a description of standards as related to materials. So standards is what is taught. It comes from the Arizona Department of Education. Every grade has a set of standards. Every content has standards. And then they're grade banded together. It's what students must demonstrate, their exit outcomes upon exiting a grade level, mastery of particular concepts, skills, and standards for each given content is how standards are defined. And the materials, often referred to as curriculum or resources, are the vehicle by which we have students engage in that content and towards mastery. So standards are written to be agnostic to any one particular resource. They stand alone from that, whereas materials are selected and vetted through the textbook selection committee to allow that opportunity for students to engage in those standards. Materials over time can be revised, they can be replaced, we can supplement them. We'll come to that later this evening to help ensure that that standard is taught to the level and exit outcome that's expected of it. When you look at ELA standards, every standard is set of standards for each content is built differently. So for ELA, there are not very many standards related to literature and informational text, and that's with intentionality. That's because standards build throughout a grade level and across grade levels. So you can kind of like picture visually like a box, and it grows up as we get more complex, more depth, and more rigor over time. So again, standards are not meant to be taught one time in ELA. They're meant to be taught over and over again in a different method and different means, and to have students engage in that learning to grow complexity over time. So this information might look similar from past. The layout is different, but we've shared this before with previous adoptions as well as with ELA in May. So when we talk about guaranteed and viable curriculum, that's the implementation that moves through a reoccurring phase. So phases 1, 2, and 3 are what we have done so far up to this stage. We talked about standards and competencies alignment. We looked at scope, sequence, and pacing, and we've done our materials and resources. We're kind of in that third phase right now, moving into the fourth phase. And then 5 and 6 are that constant dipstick check throughout the year and over summer with the goal to update scope, sequence, and pacing as we move into the following school year. Also part of that whole idea and around adoption framework is the guiding principles across every phase. So what do we anchor to as we build throughout that? That's our focus, which again is the instructional time and resources that we concentrate on the standards no matter what grade level. And that coherence is those skills and concepts that they're taught logically, and they're connected, and they're built purposely with relevance through the grade levels. And rigor is that conceptual understanding. How deep do we want students to think? At what level do we have students show that understanding? We talk about procedural skills and application at the appropriate depth. Throughout this entire time, we collect teacher insight and feedback. We review student achievement data, as well as feedback from all stakeholders to make sure that we're responsive and adjust the scope, sequence, and pacing. We have been known to adjust throughout the year, but typically we go at the end of the year and based on student data, where students are at in their understanding, drives our next steps into the following school year. So again, similar information that we shared in the past. This is the gateway review process. This is what the textbook selection committee goes through upon determining what they would like to carry forward to the superintendent onto the governing board for consideration. What is added to this graphic is the steps along the way that really speak to how material is reviewed. So between steps 1 and 2, so the gateway review, as part of each of the gateway review, the textbook selection committee looks for standards and competencies alignment. They look for teacher and learner supports, and they also look for technology and accessibility. And through that, they're kind of flagging anything along the way that they want to take a closer look at. Content that might be developmentally misaligned, that might not be in connection with our governing board policy, or what's expected in Peoria Unified of a learner. Specifically, through steps 3 and 4 is the page-by-page review, and that goes up against policies that help to support what we expect of learning and teaching in Peoria Unified. So the committee, and also it might be individual teachers that add and come on post-committee work to review the material through those lenses, might be what you consider like rubric work right there. And then finally, as part of scope, sequence, and pacing work, we tend to get a little bit deeper in different things, and then we might identify something else that might not have gone through the first 2 phases. So through all 3 of those phases, we have individuals that might stay with us through the process, and then we change and add in new individuals to make sure that we always have a fresh perspective through that. So along all of that, we do have that 60-day public review policy, which gains access to the public to review not only print but also digital, and then can provide feedback through our dedicated adoption email, our website, as also as paper form and online form. So through the timeline of approval, this just gives you a glimpse as to what we brought forth. Again, as a reminder, in December, we started the work. We released the request for materials. We formed the textbook selection committee into this January, and then the work began in February with a wrap up to the recommendation to the superintendent and onto the governing board for consideration in May. And with that, I turn that over to Mrs. Vicentainer. Let's not do that.
Thank you. So as we approached any of our curriculum adoptions, what we really look at 3 main policies within our adopted policy, governing board policy guidance. First is 5-207, which directly addresses curriculum adoption, and it talks about what are the processes we need to look for, making sure that there are certain areas that are not covered, and there are certain areas that must be covered and are protected. And so you can see those examples there. On 5-223 is instructional protocols for controversial topics. And so this gets more into the instruction, but it also then helps us then guide our way through materials in terms of making sure that we are preserving students' rights and teachers' rights for due process and free speech, but also making sure that we have ability for objectivity and mutual respect. 1-204 was adopted in November 13th of 2025. This was our prohibition of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Each of those terms is defined very specifically within that policy, and it just really requires that any instructional materials reflect academic rigor and factual accuracy, and it applies to any type of curriculum or instruction or hiring, anything we do within the district as we evaluate that. It still, though, requires us to comply with Title VI, Title VII, Title IX, Section 504, so we still meet our requirements under anti-discrimination statutes. So what happens as we review all of our curriculum, and if we identify that something might come up against one of these policies that we feel is not appropriate or that raises a concern, what the committee will do or what the teachers will do is they will flag that material. So how do we classify flag materials? So there's a yellow flag which just says as the committee reviews it, they determine that maybe we pull out certain items that we feel are we don't need to get rid of the whole unit. Maybe there's just a couple of areas that maybe pictures, maybe some elements of text that we would not move forward, and maybe it does not meet our requirements, and so we'll give that a yellow flag. For the red flag, this is a much stronger recommendation to not use that particular material or unit because it might be a type of material that's so interwoven that you can't separate out and just redline certain text. You're going to have to, it's so interwoven that we need to make sure, maybe move in an alternative direction and provide those options. Now, to make sure that we safeguard the process coming into the recommendation or the request for materials, every vendor signs an attestation letter confirming that they are aware of these policies and before they submit their information for review. Our teachers, not the vendors, develop the scope and sequence. So once the materials do come on board, and there's a lot of times in this particular case, there was an agreement to do some customization because we had recognized some materials or some, in terms of timing and scope, that we would like to change, and they had agreed to do that. After that initial adoption, additional work had been done, and we discovered that there might be other concerning materials to look at. So what were the materials so far? So let me give you an example of a yellow flag. So in grade 1, there is a section talking about climbing Mount Everest. It's called Top of the World. The group had identified specific passages and pictures of harm or death on the top of Mount Everest. And so we had determined that we were going to move over or omit the materials that we thought were concerning, but we did not feel that we needed to take out all of the discussion about the climbing Mount Everest, and that discussion from an ELA standpoint still met our standards. When we moved into grade 6, 7, and 8, you can see that we had some red flags, and I can talk more about specifically about what were the items and why they were flagged. But you can see Unit 6E, the Summer of the Mariposas. Again, that's a unit that is interwoven. They used that text to really create the whole unit, and so that item was pulled, as well as the unit regarding Raisin in the Sun, and the module 8B for 8th grade narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass. And as you look at, and I'll go ahead and I'll move forward to the next slide so we can kind of dig into each one of those materials. So Summer of the Mariposas was specifically identified as having concerns from the committee regarding profanity, abuse, racial slurs were not identified, but sexual references, including endangerment of children. So there was the committee identified that this was a document, a material or a book that we did not want to cover in 6th grade. And currently, this is a newer book, so it has not been considered as part of any other course or library. So we have not identified that material at this time. In 7th grade, it was identified as a Raisin in the Sun. There was alcohol abuse, historically offensive language, including racial slurs, an unintended pregnancy, and abortion. Again, this was identified as not appropriate for 7th graders. This material is, Raisin in the Sun is covered in our high school AP language arts classes, as well as available in our high school library. So this material is still available. Regarding the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, this is grade 8. It was identified as having graphic descriptions of physical abuse and exploitation of enslaved people, racial slurs, and sexual references. Again, feeling that this is not the appropriate material for 8th graders, this material is, and this book is available and taught in our high school AP language arts classes. We do speak and teach about the life of Frederick Douglass in grades 5, 7, and 8. The book is available in our high school libraries, and age-appropriate books about Frederick Douglass are available in our elementary libraries. So, to summarize, although we may remove some of the materials, the standards do not change. We will continue to teach to the standards identified in the English Language Arts Standard throughout the year. As Sherry had mentioned, that there is, one section builds on another. So being able to have that conversation and not try to tiptoe around materials that the teachers did not feel comfortable with, felt the most appropriate way to move forward. Secondly, there on the social studies also provides context, so we wanted to make sure that we highlighted that just because we pulled a material out of our language arts subject matter, or that it is still covered within our social studies area, where we feel it can be more appropriately discussed and reviewed in context. Our K-8 is the only area that has been impacted. We have not made changes to our high school. And ongoing development of curriculum will happen. So this is brand new materials. They're just arriving in schools right now. So we know that as our teachers become more familiar with the materials, as they delve into each topic, another additional information may be identified as concerning. And we will continue to work with Amplify, our vendor on this matter, to make sure that we address each of those opportunities as they come forward, and also provide alternative materials that could be used for teaching these standards that also meet where we feel our students are developmentally at those grade levels. So this work will continue. The books and materials are being delivered. We think we're down to one elementary school that has not received their materials, so that's just finishing up this week. The teachers have been able to get into a lot of the work with the curriculum, and they're just being able to start to do that. We'll be having more professional development in the weeks ahead, well, months ahead throughout the year, to make sure that as each unit becomes available, that everyone can get into that material and review it. And we are making sure that our parents have access online to all of the information and materials. So that has been the work of the committee and the team so far. So we stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Vistainer. We do have public comments, so we'll run through those, and then we'll come back for comments and questions. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As a consequence of turning in your paperwork late, Ms. Trina Berg, you go first.
Always grading. Good evening, members of the board, President Toby, cabinet, guests. Once again, we find ourselves in the midst of controversy, and regardless of how it came about, the way the messaging was sent out, the way that this appears, it appears that we removed 3 stories, 3 different literature parts of our books that are people of color, and it's not a good look. It's just not a good look, regardless of the reason why we took it out, regardless of whatever. Also, the fact that we have people who physically had to rip them out of the books. There's a difference between ripping things out of books, physically removing them, and just don't teach this. It's a big difference, and it looks different, and the perception is very different. And if we wanted to just not teach it, then we should have been very careful with our wording and not said, remove it. Because removing sounds like banning. And book banning is never, historically speaking, a good look. It's a terrible look. We've got to get it together, people. We have got to get it together. I have been doing this a really long time, and we have got to get it together. We have got to make better choices. We've got to make our words mean something better. We have got to do better. As a district, we've got to get out of the spotlight. This is insane. And right now we look like a bunch of book banners. And that's not a good look, especially when it's, Frederick Douglass. But we also have to remember we have this DEI policy that came about as soon as elections were over, which was controversial. And the reasoning for the DEI policy was, we don't want to lose federal funding. That's not even an issue at this point. So that entire policy is moot. Were we teaching DEI? Was there anything in our curriculum before that you could identify at the time that was DEI? That answer was no. And because of that policy, we're looking at things differently. For goodness sakes, we have someone that was elected to our board that said when they were flipping through an old book that Maya Angelou was DEI and SEL. Maya Angelou, come on. This is just a terrible look, and we have got to do better. This is embarrassing. We're now the district of book banners, among other things. We've got to do better. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Carrie Cooper.
Good evening, Interim Superintendent and the Governing Board. My name is Carrie Cooper, and I represent the West Valley NAACP. We are here today to support the community of Peoria, to support the students, the faculty that teaches children here in the community. We are here today because we have been made aware of a misguided and egregious policy that was adopted last December by this board. This policy has resulted in the implementation of the removal of books for diversity, equity, and inclusion, such as An American Slave by Frederick Douglass, A Raisin in the Sun by Lorraine Hansberry, and The Summer of the Mariposas by Guadalupe Garcia McCall. The concern that we have has been voiced very fervently by your community through our complaint system. And we have, at the local level, escalated this issue to the national level as well as the state level of the NAACP. So we are deeply concerned about what has happened here, and we are going to continue to be a cooperative partner to press that we have dialogue regarding policy 1-204. We will send a letter after this meeting to the board because no differently than the parents, the students, the faculty that represents this school and school district, we want to know why books were removed by Black authors. We want to know why books were removed by Latino authors. We're not here to debate whether or not any of these books would run parallel with Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn or Henry David Thoreau's Walden. We're not here to do that. But what we are here to do today is to make sure that the board is aware that a formal complaint will be filed and that we would like to meet with you to discuss the policies that have been enacted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper, for your comment. Next public comment comes from Horace Carter.
Good evening, Superintendent, President, and members of the governing board, district leaders, educators, parents, students, members of the community, and members of the media. My name is Apostle Dr. Horace Ace Carter, and I have the privilege of serving in the honor of the President of the West Valley NAACP. I am also a retired, 24-year retired Army veteran that participated in 4 conflicts. Please take note. I stand before you tonight on behalf of our branch because we have serious concerns regarding reports about the implementation of district policies affecting instructional material, include narratives of the life of Frederick Douglass, An American Slave, A Raisin in the Sun, Summer of the Mariposas, and other works. Now let me be very clear why we are here. We are not here tonight to create any type of division. We are here seeking transparency, accountability, fairness, and answers. We recognize that the school district have the authority and responsibility of concerning curriculum. However, when that decision affects the dealings of slavery, race, discrimination, civil rights, cultural identity, oppression, immigration, and the experience of historically marginalized community, those decisions deserve careful notice. Our children deserve an education that prepares them to understand not only the comfortable chapters of American history, but also the difficult ones. Frederick Douglass is not simply Black history, he is American history. What are we telling our students in the school? We don't want Frederick Douglass, we don't want the students to know that Frederick Douglass was the one that went to Abraham Lincoln to encourage him to have African Americans fight in a war. Is that what we telling them? The Civil War? We trying to keep that secret? You need to ask yourself that. And what you're trying to prevent from happening is shown on TV anyway.
Thank you, Dr. Cotter, for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Josephine Whiteman Powell.
Good evening, Board President, all members of the Governing Board, fellow parents, and all of our Peoria community joined here today. Thank you all to start for your service to the city of Peoria and all that you all do. My name is Josephine Waitman Powell. I'm a Peoria resident, a Peoria mom of 2 Black sons who will soon be attending PUSD. Thankful for some of the programs, preschools, accepting all year round. But most importantly, I'm also here as a West Valley NAACP member. Frederick Douglass made something very clear and was very powerful in his statement when he said that education and freedom are inseparable. The very books being removed from your general lesson plans tells the story of people attempting to prevent Douglass from learning to read, yet he learned anyway. Education allowed him to understand injustice and imagine something better. We cannot prepare children for America's future by shielding them from America's past. And to speak to your standard as so beautifully displayed, character development was listed within that, and teaching inclusive literature is character development. We cannot erase slavery or segregation. We cannot erase the struggles and contributions of Black Americans, Latino Americans, and others who've experiences shaped this nation. And history is recorded for a reason. Literature exists for a reason. You don't get to erase history because it makes us uncomfortable. We don't get to choose what we want to teach because it is not nice. The truth is sometimes ugly. We all know that. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. dreamed of a day where little Black boys and little Black girls and little white boys and little white girls could join hands as brothers and sisters. But our children cannot understand that dream if we refuse to teach the history that made that dream necessary. Teach the history, teach the literature, teach the progress. Let's teach all of it. It being available just in the library and for AP students, for most of the students that need this literature, is not enough. Finally, many of us boldly profess our faith. As a pastor's wife right here in the city of Peoria, and a woman of faith, allow me to speak in a language that all of us understand. He said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. The truth. The truth must be spoken, the truth must be shared, the truth must be taught. Not when it's convenient, it should always be necessary. As stated, Black history is American history. Let's not label anything non-white American as DEI in our policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, Board, and Cabinet, and all the guests here. A lot of good things have been said. And as one who sat on that textbook committee, we went through a lot to try to be sure that we cleared everything according to the DEI policy. As an educator, I have to agree with some of the things that have been said with the presentation, that a lot of this may be due to age appropriateness, that maybe it's not appropriate for younger children, but it needs to be moved to the upper grades. And that's what's happened in some cases here. But I think there's a greater problem here. The greater problem here is this DEI policy, as has been mentioned several times. I was here, I spoke on this policy several times when you all debated it, and I feel like it goes far too far. Let me give you some examples why. For one thing, I remember the staff conferences that were canceled because, or had a very difficult time for staff travel because they were afraid, some people were afraid that they would go to conferences that had DEI in it. We had procedures in place that countered that, put in by Dr. Hernandez. I don't know if that's still happening, but we had them in place. There was no need for all of this other. The second thing is our Fine Arts Association's renewals. Remember last year when everybody was here and spoke because some of you didn't want that renewed because of certain DEI things? We barely got it passed. This should not exist. For music people, that was the only organization they had that they could go for professional development, and these kids had an opportunity to participate in their choir programs and what other else they participate in. I get very emotional in this, as you can tell. The third thing, the problems with the vendors. I remember Mrs. Rodriguez, when you brought up the Spartan Final sometime last year. That was the only vendor that responded to the call. And there was something in the DEI that they had, I guess, on their website. Anyway, you all didn't want it because it had DEI in it. And yet they were the only one. You had to go against your own policy to vote for it so these kids could have some culinary help. And my time's running out. Number 4, the problems with the textbooks. We've already been over that. I'm requesting that you all allow a board committee to be set up made of the community, the educators, the administrators, and cabinet members, that we revise this policy and put a better one in place. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Jennifer C.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, cabinet, guests. I am tired of coming up here as a mom. I am tired as the matriarch of a transracial family. My Black, brown, Mexican students will not be erased from this district. They will learn, because I ensure over the summer that they learn about strong Black, brown men and women who have impacted this world. Because our curriculum has done a woeful job. When my sophomore in high school was in 5th grade, Industrial Revolution, the teacher couldn't bring up Lewis Latimer, who created the filament that made the invention of the light bulb possible. But do you know what she was told? You could teach the class. As the token Black student, we have an issue. And I'm getting really frustrated. You guys talk about this perfect world where we don't see color and we don't do things. But the reality is that it exists. You want us to have things based on merit. Frederick Douglass didn't learn to read until he was 12 years old. And I just stood up here talking about curriculum and advocating for literacy and how important that is. And this man, he proved himself. Pick him up by the bootstraps, as some of you have said that we should do, because it should be merit-based. This man proved his worth, and he accomplished amazing things that every single one of our students, including my white son, can learn from one day. To call this material garbage, Ms. Bowles, is unacceptable. Douglass believed in making alliances across racial and ideological divides, as well as in the anti-slavery interpretation of the U.S. Constitution. Now, as far as the violence and the things like that in this books, our kids are watching Stranger Things, our kids are going and watching Marvel movies, our kids are watching rated R in kindergarten. So I don't want to hear parents clutching their pearls when they're putting it on at home. Nolan Wells, Tasia. And I could probably name 5 more young black men and women that have been lynched. My kids have to hear about that. My kids can't sit at the bus stop in the dark in the morning because it's not safe for them to do so. They have to face this reality. Our white kids can face it too. We have to do better. It's bad enough that in our kindergarten textbook, there is not an actual picture of Martin Luther King Jr. There's a picture of little girls holding a book with his picture on it. We've got a problem. Because we are united. We say the Pledge of Allegiance
your time is up.
every
I appreciate your
single
comment,
day.
though.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with
Jen,
liberty and justice.
thank Next public comment comes from Kate.
Good evening, President Toby, members of the board, cabinet, and community. So many powerful voices have come before me. I'm not even sure how to address this matter, except that, as has been said, all these books being banned have been written by people of color. And what are we going to replace them with? Is there a plan to replace them with other books written by people of color that will share their history, their stories, their truth about American history? Again, I mean, I'm one of the older members of this community, but I remember being in 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. I know even back then what I knew about. This material is not inappropriate for those ages. As it's been said, they're seeing this everywhere on TV, movies. I just feel like this is an excuse because this board has created these anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Let's please not forget what DEI means. We are a diverse nation. We should include all those voices. We should have equity for everyone, regardless of economics, class, color, sexual orientation. We should be ashamed. We should be ashamed of what we've done in the district. I guess I'm here to add my voice to the call to could we please repeal these policies and come up with something better, something that the students of this district and its families deserve. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Courtney Seberg.
Good evening, governing board members and guests. My name is Courtney Siebert, and I'm a parent in this district. I'm sure it comes as no surprise that many people in this room are concerned about the new ELA curriculum and the way it's being implemented, which is the main reason I'm standing up here tonight. I don't see the point in getting up here in a public meeting and name calling, but I do see the point in calling out the gaslighting and the disingenuous ways some members of this board are responding to the public outcry over the items being omitted from the new curriculum. To pretend that you didn't drive this bus right into the lot, all while being cautioned that the very spot you were parking it in would get us here is just blatant deceit. There were many warnings that the ambiguity of your DEI policy would lead to something like this, and now that we're all sleeping in the bed you made, suddenly it's simply your policy, but you trust the expertise of the administration implementing it. There was no comment made about the DEI policy being necessary due to federal funding, but without any mention that the funding was actually no longer tied to the mandate. Again, gaslighting. As a parent in this district, when I learned that the titles to be removed were the narrative of Frederick Douglass, A Raisin in the Sun, and The Summer of the Mariposas, I was immediately taken aback. Not just taken aback, but disgusted and even embarrassed. Why? Because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what these 3 titles have in common. And for members of this board to sit here and feign ignorance, suddenly relying on the expertise of the very administration they've spent the last 6 months calling inept, is truly wild behavior. Make no mistake, these titles never would have been removed without your DEI policy in place, regardless of who you supposedly are trusting to implement it, since that, quote, isn't your job. Make no mistake, my children would be able to have meaningful discussions with peers and adults who have 30 different backgrounds if it weren't for this DEI policy. And make no mistake, without what you want to call DEI, guess what? 4/5 of our board wouldn't be sitting up there because women wouldn't be running for public office without DEI, now would they? The finger pointing, the gaslighting, and the ambiguous policies that are not only hurting our children need to stop. This needs to be fixed, and it ought to be a top priority. Not because suddenly the backwards motives are being brought to light, but because it's hurting our kids. The very people who claim that the kids in this district are being indoctrinated by the educators are actually the ones attempting the indoctrination. And my kids, my community, and my colleagues are the ones paying the price. Enough is enough. This isn't parent choice. This is your choice being imposed on all parents, and it's the wrong choice. You adopted a discriminatory policy under the now false guise that it needs to be implemented for funding reasons, all while not voting for or supporting our own override, a true funding source. The patrons of our district deserve better, my own kids deserve better, and our taxpayers deserve better. Bring back the omitted text that you omitted that our children have a right to read in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Our next public comment comes from Stevie Owens.
Hello and good evening to all. I am very moved. I came here to give a simple statement, but to hear the folks that have come up and spoken before me, their passion, and got a few minutes. I do want to say this, to piggyback off of what other people said. Please do not call it DEI. Call it out. Make people say the words. If you want to be anti-diversity, anti-equity, anti-inclusion, and actually, I'm a government writer for a government contractor. It is actually, and they've shortened it, it's actually diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. They left the A off because they knew people would really be appalled. Say it out loud. And the folks that benefited most from those policies wasn't Black people. It was white women and the handicapped. We all benefit from people who believe in inclusion and who believe in equity. And I say to say anti is to promote bullying in schools, because it's almost like the underpinning for that, to raise up a group of folks that believe in anti-empathy and anti-DEI. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead with what I started. Hopefully I have enough time. I want to say that the discomfort that may accompany learning this history cannot outweigh students' right to an accurate education. The purpose of education is not to protect people from historical truth. It is to equip students with knowledge, reasoning, moral clarity, and civic courage to understand it. Black history is American history, no question, it's one and the same. No curriculum can honestly explain the United States while excluding the experiences, contributions, resistance, and testimony of Black Americans. Teaching this history does not assign personal guilt to students. It gives them the evidence required to examine the truth and to fully be able to question and reason. That's what it does, including its achievements, contributions, contradictions, injustices, and continuing efforts to realize its democratic promises. Historical truth does not cause division, but historical distortion is very damaging.
Thank you for your public comment. Our next public comment comes from Amy Lemons.
Okay. Hello, members of the board, cabinet. Tonight I am speaking as a concerned parent. I am tired of my child being denied a true public education. I am disappointed that our district has fallen so far that board members who are not educators, who have not been trained and who continue to show up and cause chaos, will use their authority to push their personal beliefs on my child. As a parent, let me be very clear. I want my kids to read what you all consider controversial material at all ages and in all grades. What certain individuals deem as inappropriate should not have a bearing on whether my child can read or be exposed to that material. I want them to discuss with their peers who may have different views than them. I want them to read some of the language that was used in the past that is being deemed profane, because then they can understand why that language is so harmful and why we don't use it now. I want them to read about people who live differently than they do in hopes of gaining more empathy for people and problems they don't have. I do not care that they might get to read some of this material when they are older. I want them to be exposed to these same topics over and over and over again, because then maybe it will stick. And this ELA adoption is not the first time material has been removed in this year. Our school libraries have been removing books for review since this policy came into place. Here are some of the more notable titles that my child will not be able to check out because of some 1930s Germany backwards notion our district is implementing. The Handmaid's Tale, The Perks of Being a Wallflower, Water for Elephants, the entire Wicked series, Beloved, The Color Purple, The Freedom Writer's Diary, and many more. And if this does not upset you, then I personally encourage you to read more so that it does. Now, onto a history lesson for those of you who do, sorry, I'm getting mad. Now onto a history lesson for those of you who didn't understand my 1930s reference, and this is actually not directed at certain members of the board because we all know that tigers don't change their stripes, but to the educators in the classroom and to the educators at the DAC. After 1933, the Nazi regime purged the public school system of teachers deemed to be Jews or to be political unreliable. Most educators, however, remained in their posts and joined the National Socialist Teachers League. Fun fact, teachers joined the Nazi Party in greater numbers than any other profession. Hear that again. Teachers joined the Nazi Party in greater numbers than any other profession. Why do you think that is? Do you think that of all the professions, teachers seem to be the ones who follow the Nazi ideals most closely? Most likely not. Most likely, they complied as a way to stay in their job, to protect their kids, to protect themselves during a scary time. But history does not care why. In 1933, the book burnings began by Nazi university students destroying books that were labeled un-German. There's a lot more here, but I'm running out of time. That's bad. Banning books is bad. Okay. There is a fine line that's being tread here, and some of you are so far past that line, it looks like a dot. The board can make the policy, but it's the educators who are and will be doing the implementing and taking the heat once it is implemented. Certain board members are already sending out the statements pretending that is not their main objective. You know why history calls German
Thank you, Ms.
citizens?
Lemons. Your time is up. I appreciate your comment. Our next public comment comes from Martin Quesada.
Mr. President, can you tell Mr. Nelrose to pay attention to what is being said?
Excuse me, we're not going to accept public comment right now when it comes from the gallery. Our speaker is recognized, Martin Quesada.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. Martin Quesada with the Council on American Islamic Relations, Arizona. I was here today to speak on another issue, which I will be speaking about later, but when we saw this on the agenda, we had to speak about this as well because of the intersectionality that these two issues have. They intersect with the efforts to remove these books, and the Muslim community that I'm speaking for this evening exists inside each and every one of these stories in these books. While there was a narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, there were also enslaved Black Muslims in this country, many of whom wrote their own testimonies in Arabic while enslaved on American soil. Historians estimate as many as 1 in 5 enslaved Africans brought to this country practiced Islam. When you tell me that this book isn't age appropriate, you're claiming our actual American history isn't age appropriate. A Raisin in the Sun, a Black family fights housing discrimination, financial security, and the gap between the American dream that is promised versus the one that is actually delivered. That's not a stranger's story to the Muslim community, that's daily reality. In the Summer of the Mariposas, 5 sisters go on a folklore-driven journey, holding on to identity while living between 2 cultures, including one that is often openly hostile to their existence. That is the exact story of every Muslim immigrant child in this district. that's trying to hold on to their American faith and their American identity while members of this governing board spew hatred of their culture on social media. You cannot claim to protect children from content that doesn't align with board policy while stripping away the very content that helps Black, immigrant, Latino, and Muslim students see themselves in the curriculum at all. If you are trusted adults that are charged with protecting children and keeping them safe, you have a responsibility to protect all children, all of them, including the ones that these books removal erases. This board does not get to pick which American history is comfortable. Frederick Douglass's story wasn't comfortable. Lorraine Hansberry and Guadalupe Garcia McCall, they weren't writing to be comfortable. And Islam's American story has never been comfortable either. But the lessons that they provide to all of us and the lessons in each one of these books are invaluable. Please restore these books and please repeal those policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casala, for your public comment. That was our final public comment. Mrs. Vicentainer, Mrs. Piazza, having heard public comment, I'm not sure if you wish to add any additional responses to that before we go to board questions.
President Toby, members of the governing board, what I heard was a lot of concern about the removal of materials written by individuals that reflect different points of view. I believe that our curriculum is committed to including different points of view and that we will continue to work forward to make sure that those materials are included. These particular materials were chosen by teachers to be removed, but we can always continue that conversation and to evaluate materials as they continue to come forward.
Okay, we'll go on to comments, questions. Mrs. Brooks, would you start us off, please?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going through the timeline of the emails because I want the community to understand from what I was trying to do as a board member. Back before school started, I emailed Ms. Talia Vicentainer on July 30th at 5:46 p.m. and everybody can record request it to confirm it. I just printed it out so I could read through it. I had been told by staff members who had been doing professional development for our new ELA curriculum, and there were staff members that contacted me, talked to me over the phone. They explained that they were concerned about the words they gave me was the online library portion of the ELA curriculum, because the textbooks, the workbooks, the teacher books had not come in yet. And that's another thing I want to kind of dive into as well. But they had shared that there was profanity and sexual content that they were concerned about for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Those were the words that were given to me. I emailed asking Ms. Talia Vicentainer, I said I would like to come in next week to see the new ELA curriculum. I would also like to know what is the plan for what is taught in ELA with the new textbooks and which ones will be used. I believe there was training yesterday on the new curriculum, and I was told there are some parts that are not appropriate. I didn't see it. I didn't know. I asked to come in and view it because I wanted to know what was going on. Friday was the furlough day, so there was nobody in office. So Monday, August 3rd at 8:23 a.m., I emailed again just asking I would like to see this week in person the library portal for the new ELA curriculum and what the plans are for those books in the library portal for the new curriculum. Mrs. Vicentainer did respond that day at 5 p.m. With it being the first week of school, we will do our best. I'm adding Sherry, who's here this evening, so she can arrange for the materials we have available. It is my understanding that some of the materials have not been received. So I emailed again, and I think it was like you got like double emails somehow. I don't know how that happened. But I just, again, was trying to see the online portion. These ones that we're discussing this evening were not even in the district yet. They had not made it to the schools. I was not aware of any of these. I was aware of something with profanity and sexual content on the online library portion, which was, in my understanding, professional development. Teachers had seen it. So I had emailed that.
Tuesday, August 4th, I emailed Sherry asking if there was a day that I could come and view the ELA online library portal for 5th through 8th grade. I emailed again on Thursday to Ms. Vicentainer that I would like to come in and see the online portion because I wasn't getting an answer quite at that point, 2 days later, to see the 6th grade and 8th grade ELA curriculum content. Let me know what day and time. Thursday, August 6th, I got an email from, I believe this is Sherry, and then Ms. Vicentainer was included on it. She said, "Thank you for your patience, and I apologize for delayed response. I look forward to connecting with you to review the new ELA online component early next week. If you're available, please share a few date and times that work well for your schedule, and we will work to accommodate a meeting." I did. I said I'm available Wednesday and Thursday before 2. Friday, we received a Friday report. Everybody can go and request that as well. It was shared with the breakdown, kind of what we're talking about, what was the presentation tonight of the curriculum per se. It was mentioned, as mentioned in the Friday report, I had an email from Sherry. We have reached out to Amplify about content that was supposed to be removed or restricted. Regarding the digital review visit, may I reach back out to confirm once we know where we're at with access to online library? So over the weekend, it exploded on social media. I was actually hearing from also staff at schools regarding the curriculum textbooks, the workbooks, the student teacher books. I don't believe they have the teacher workbooks yet. Everything was coming in dropped off in the schools in boxes for the principals, assistant principals, teachers, instructional coaches to handle. And so I was being told that they were instructed because of a DEI policy to rip out pages in the student workbooks. So that started my email chain on Monday, August 10th. I emailed Talia Vicentainer, President Toby. I said I would like to know who's making the decision to remove content. I only emailed last week to view curriculum because I had staff telling me that they were concerned about profanity and sexual content. Can you please let the board and the community know who decided to remove the books and the content? I got a response that it was a duplicate message she responded to from Ms. Vicentainer. We are providing clarity regarding these concerns tomorrow. The concerns then came out in the email that was sent out. That was we got the same email that everybody else then got regarding the 3 books that were mentioned this evening. And I still hadn't seen anything down at the district. I don't know what process was handled with these 3 books. This is the first time, and then the email that we got, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, where it was mentioned that it was age appropriateness. I haven't seen anything this entire time. I've been asking to come down so that I can see it because I'm getting from staff and I'm getting from social media. I haven't seen it. Those were, and anybody can go and request them. Those are the things that I was emailing about. There was no remove this, remove that. I wanted to know what was going on. But I do appreciate the presentation because I didn't know what was going on with the 3 books, and the age appropriateness for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade is concerning for me. When talking about Frederick Douglass, my student is in 5th grade. He actually brought home his history. We have new history books. His history student workbook. He had to bring it home because he didn't finish a page in class. And I was able to view the book with him, working with him. And in the book is a chapter on Frederick Douglass. All of that is in our history books, is my understanding. And I'm glad that you mentioned that. And the thing also to remember is any parent, community member can come down to the curriculum department. I know we're overloaded right now. I'm sorry, Sherry, to mention that. And view our history textbooks. We have the books, we have the student workbooks, we have the teacher workbooks of what is taught to the students in history. There is no removal of Frederick Douglass in our history. We teach our students about Frederick Douglass. It's in 5th grade, like they mentioned. I saw it in my own kid's book.
Point of order. President Toby, we can hear talking constantly over in this section.
Okay. Please continue. If you guys can keep it down to a whisper, thank you.
So I have like concerns about what you guys shared. Like sixth grade, I think with, when I Googled that book, it was dead body being, like, I didn't understand that for a sixth grade. And so I was a bit concerned about that. But also, the main thing that I'm also concerned about was the way that this was rolled out. I've been hearing that there was only given a certain number of weeks for scope and sequence plans for staff for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. That they were also told to wait 3 weeks to start teaching because the ELA curriculum, textbooks, workbooks, student books had not come in yet. And then when everything was just delivered, it was up to the principals, teachers, and staff to just unload everything. And then I was hearing that they were told that teachers had to rip out pages. So I just think that the way that this was handled was just not, it was not okay. I think there needed to be better planning. And then the DEI policy, this was never, to my understanding now with this presentation tonight, it was never about DEI policy. But I think that that messaging should have been sent out last week when the curriculum was delivered, or even before. Because if we had a curriculum committee, if we knew what was in the content and in the books, I don't understand the messaging that this has caused. It's caused a lot of chaos, and it's being blamed on. I was just trying to email to ask what was going on. I was trying to come in and see it. So that's a bit frustrating because I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen any of it, and I'm very frustrated with the messaging, that it should have been mentioned out that these were concerns around age appropriateness, because the way that it was being spread was because of a DEI policy. So I think that there needs to be a better messaging moving forward, and the planning around the curriculum department, or the curriculum adoption, the delivery. I think that just also put a lot of stress on the schools in general of having to unload all those boxes on a Friday, the first week of school. So if anybody wants any of that information, it's a public record request. You can see I was trying to figure out what was going on. I felt like I was just in the dark as much as everybody else, and then getting blamed for something that I didn't know what was going on. So that's the only thing I'm gonna mention. I did put out a statement because I was frustrated. I wasn't getting any answers from our president and Ms. Vicentainer. It felt like there was all this chaos and no direction. Thank you, President Toby.
Okay, thank you for your comment. We did have an error on a public speaking request form that wishes to speak on this item. So with your permission, we'll go ahead and have you come and speak. Our comment is from Representative Quanta, is it Crius? I thank you for the correction. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Okay, you said 3 minutes, right? There we go. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Reverend Quante Cruz. I am a state legislator, and I chair the Daniel Sims Arizona Legislative Black Caucus. I'm here to support our joint constituents, and I want to thank you all for seeing every comment, and thank you for allowing me to speak after we saw the error. I'm here to support our joint constituents, the students, parents, educators, and staff of the Peoria Unified School District. I want to focus on the 3 books in question, and importantly, how they impact our students. I won't go through what the books are because we've had robust comments, but the question should not simply be whether these books make some people uncomfortable. The question should be, can these books be valuable instructional tools to help our students learn? I believe that they can. These books offer students opportunities to strengthen reading comprehension, vocabulary, critical thinking, analysis, writing, discussion, and communication skills. They also expose students to history, culture, experiences, and perspectives that help them better understand our past and the world that they live in today.
They highlight resilience, family identity, leadership, perseverance, and achievement, and they allow students to examine difficult experiences while also seeing the strength, creativity, and accomplishment that can come from overcoming adversity. Our students deserve to see both. The difficult passages have educational value. Descriptions of abuse, exploitation, and the experiences of enslaved and trafficked Africans can be taught appropriately and provide important opportunities for learning. Frederick Douglass gives students a firsthand account of enslavement and an opportunity to explore literacy, freedom, resilience, and self-determination. From the beginning of our nation, access to education, opportunity, and power has not been equal. Indigenous Americans were displaced and harmed as this nation expanded, was birthed and expanded. Africans were trafficked to America, and their descendants endured a system that denied their humanity and freedom. And beyond slavery, systems of power restricted opportunity to anyone who was not a property-owning white man, limiting access to education, economic mobility, and election participation. Before the question is who can learn, it was who can learn. Now is what aspects of history can be taught. I don't think we should infantilize our middle school students. We shouldn't underestimate them. We need to give them the opportunity to learn and give them tools to think critically. Before removing a book, we should ask, how can it be responsibly taught without removing its essence? What fruitful conversations can come from it? I encourage the Peoria Governing Board and Textbook Selection Committee to take another thoughtful look at these 3 books, not simply through the lens of controversy, but through the lens of student learning and education opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, and apologize about that. It's also good to have our state legislature represented in our room. All right, we have 2 more that were listed for 7.1, but it's really for this item, so we'll go ahead and move forward with these. You will have 3 minutes again. Sierra Rodriguez.
Good evening, President Toby, members of the board, cabinet, and guests. In regards to the 3 texts that were removed from the curriculum for age appropriateness, I'd like to know what age-appropriate texts they'll be replaced with that still teach about our country's history of racism, slavery, and segregation. And what text will replace Summer of the Mariposas, which represents the culture of so many of our students in this district? And who decides what is age appropriate? What happened to parent choice that some of you so loudly advocated for? My 7th grader and I will still read these books at home, but not all families can or will. While students may receive similar context in social studies, they'll now miss critical historical context with these books removed from their lessons. U.S. history is often violent, and that is exactly why students need to learn it, so they can understand it and do better. I'm also asking you to revisit and ideally repeal your anti-DEI policy 1-204. It was created in response to federal funding threats that have since been dropped. No district is losing funding over DEI, so your justification is no longer valid. On November 13th, Mrs. Rooks said that eliminating DEI would restore unity. Well, where's the unity? PUSD's anti-DEI policy is divisive and not aligned with our own vision, every child, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. Your policy says that DEI prioritizes identity-based characteristics over merit, but this just isn't true. This policy is far more extreme than in neighboring districts, despite the fact that PUSD families speak 67 different languages, and our minority enrollment is 54%. Our community is diverse, and our policies should reflect that. Equity simply means meeting individual needs so that every student has a fair chance to succeed. Any teacher can tell you that no 2 learners are the same. Equity isn't discrimination or preferential treatment. No one is asking for that. Equity is giving students the tools that enable them to build critical thinking and prepare them for the future, which aligns with the district's mission statement. Inclusion means every student feels safe, welcome, and able to participate. To borrow Mrs. Bowles' words from November 13th, I don't know why it's so confusing because it's clear to me. DEI is not saying one group of people is bad or less than. It's not saying that certain groups should have preferential treatment. If you still can't accept or understand that, then DEI isn't the problem. I urge you to reconsider this policy. It's unnecessary, harmful, and does not reflect who our students are or who we claim to be as a community. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Our final public comment comes from Valerie Bishop.
Hello, everybody. My name is Valerie Bishop. I was just wanting to retouch on the topic of the lack of availability for Ms. Rooks to be able to come down and look at the items that are being removed versus the urge to the community that they could come down at any time and look. So the cop-out is kind of confusing at this point. To give you some background, I sat on the high school textbook adoption committee, and then I volunteered to be part of the review for what was appropriate and what was not at the high school level, and just to see the ins and outs of how that would turn out. And frankly, I came out embarrassed because that's not what I'm personally about, and I don't think that's what this district is about. I was raised in this district. I graduated from this district, and I'm proud to teach in this district, and I want my children to know about people that don't look like them and people that don't think like them, because that's how we create new neurodivergent pathways and help your mind grow. Because the quote, once you have a thought, it's like a parachute. Once your mind's expanded, it cannot return. So whenever we say that we're afraid for, or whenever the image presented is that we're afraid for kids to learn about other cultures, other beliefs, history that makes us uncomfy, we're teaching kids that we can't have uncomfortable conversations. And then you grow up like me where you're absolutely terrified, and then you go into college and you're taught to sit down and shut up because you're a teacher. And at this point, I can't sit down and shut up anymore because I'm a teacher. So please reconsider. It is not a good look. It is not ethical. It is not moral. It is not what Jesus would have done. So thank you for hearing me.
All right, thank you for your public comment. Mrs. Vicentainer and Mrs. Piazza, you gotta come back to the podium and we'll continue with board comments and questions. No, I'm sorry, that was her comment. I appreciate it. We can talk after the meeting. Thank you. All right, Mrs. Ewing, comments, questions?
First of all, thank you to the textbook committee who worked so hard. I've spoken to a couple of you on the phone about that whole process. Mrs. Vicentainer, thank you for being receptive to all my phone calls about trying to really understand the process. So with regards to this adoption, there are several different issues that have come up as a result of the way that this has been adopted. A few of them we've spoken about, but the biggest thing that is being talked about in this room is the harm that it has caused to our students and to our staff. And when I get phone calls saying that when these messages were sent out, that it made staff feel like they wanted to just walk out and leave their job because of the policies that were put in place. That means we are doing something really, really wrong. And I don't think that, I think our board needs to take responsibility for the harmful rhetoric that we have had up here against a lot of marginalized communities. And I don't, if we didn't have that harmful rhetoric that has come from the dais, I don't believe that we would have had such a backlash. I think our community already did not trust us to be able to make good judgments, and that the directives we have given our superintendent, our textbook committee, the challenge that we have put upon them, that lies within the board. And I do believe that our community today is saying, you need to make some change, but the most important thing that I heard was, we want to sit down and have conversation about this. And we want to be at the table to have conversation. And so I think the biggest thing that I would take away from this is that I would, and it's what every district does, is after a policy is put in place, or after a particular procedure is put in place, we always do that continuous improvement where we take a look at it. How has the implementation of that policy been carried out? What are the impacts that maybe were unforeseeable? And I'm hearing the community wanting us to look at that and revise it, and I'm hearing our superintendent willing to have discussions with community. So I think my first thing I would like to suggest is that whether it's a roundtable discussion, inviting the community in, having some conversation, having the board be there to listen, because I know there's the whole open meeting law, but to really listen to what the community has to say, and then being able to have that back and forth conversation so we can address needs. And I don't ever want, and I was also hearing that our staff is concerned about how do we even define what we can teach. They're so afraid that they're going to say something wrong and be attacked. And that's not right either. So if we don't have an adoption of curriculum where our staff doesn't have a way to say, hey, I think this should be included, or hey, I think that this should have not been in here, and we don't have the ability where we're giving them the respect of the professionalism and to talk about that, and instead they're only afraid, then we're doing something wrong. So that's how I think our community can move forward. Beyond that topic, I know I've talked to some who, part of the problem is when we adopt curriculum in the second semester, and if we have problems in terms of when we receive it, it's a much shorter time frame, and it creates more problems. So I think looking forward, I would recommend we only do curriculum adoptions in the first semester, so we have a longer lead time. We have more time to review. We have more time for if those items get delayed, and our staff has more time to look those over. They might have the summer or so forth. So that's and I don't think that, I think you and I have spoke about that. I think the other part of it is the contractual agreement that we had with this organization, just from the back and forth you and I have had. I'm not real sure that the company itself has fulfilled their contractual agreement. So I don't know if you can speak to that.
President Toby, Mrs. Ewing, we had a lot of discussions over the last 2 weeks, and thanks in part to questions brought up by Mrs. Brooks with regards to access to materials and how, the determination that certain materials would not be available online, and then they were, and some of the other concerns that have been brought forward. Absolutely, with regards to the delivery of materials, those types of things, we anticipate doing, having more time after this to evaluate our processes, to evaluate the selection process and the conversations, and whatever, as we can have conversations about how content is determined and move forward. This was to your point, this was a very short timeline. The materials, I believe it was adopted on May 16th. So the scope and sequencing conversations that happened this summer were really only intended to cover maybe the first quarter of the material, knowing that this was going to be an ongoing process throughout the year. And I believe that was outlined during that presentation in May, that it wasn't going to be a one-time only scope and sequence, that it was going to be something that will need to continue to happen throughout the year, and the professional development that needs to support this. I do believe our teachers and our administrators deserve clarity around, what, and safety, the feeling of safety to be able to question materials, but also to teach without fear of being attacked. And so we continue to want to provide that support to our teachers as well.
Thank you. I do want to say that when our board brought forward the DE, the diversity, equity, inclusion policy, it was at that time that I stated that I felt like we were being preemptive because we hadn't seen how things were going to work out in the courts. And I also had a lot of concerns that this policy could put the district at real risk, legal risk of some violations of some things that are in the Constitution. And I do believe that it is definitely worth taking a look at this policy and how it's being implemented to make sure that the district is not violating any of those things and at risk of it, and does our policy need to be, I mean, I personally think it needs to go away, but I don't know that that would be supported across the board. And I know my job is to, it's to also support what the board voted upon, but I do think that there's room to revise that policy, have some more explicit language in that policy, because just making the statement of not allowing DEI ideology doesn't really define, and even I think that was the rule against in the executive order, is that it was vague and determined to be unconstitutional. So I think that we need to better define in that policy if we're not willing to move away from it. But I think the first thing should happen is we should be engaging in conversation with our community in terms of what do they want to see in curriculum. Because I do think, to Dr. Hernandez's credit, she developed a really rigorous gateway process for evaluating our curriculum. So I think our evaluation is a really high standard. But I think that we need to do a better job of engaging our community in what they want to see in the curriculum. So thank you. I think that's all I have.
President Toby, I just want to add for Melissa Ewing's statement on the legal process. The DEI policy at the time, I don't know if you remember because it was last year, it was reviewed by the board attorney, Susan Siegel. She drafted it to correlate with some of the federal language, federal laws. So it did go through that legal process with the governing board's attorney, Susan Siegel.
Yes, and there's been a lot of court cases and so forth since then, so I think it would be worth it to just and a lot of times it's not about what is the language in the policy, it's about how it's applied. So I just think an opportunity to review it since it's been in place for a while.
And it's not applied this evening with these books, as was mentioned by the curriculum department. The curriculum department stated that the books were concerning for profanity and inappropriate, age-appropriate content. That's what the focus is on the books.
Thank you for that context. Mrs. Bowles, comments, questions?
I do. First, I just want to ask Ms. Visitainer, how do you feel like now that we're all here and talking about this? Let me do this first so I can give a timeline for you and I. I also sent out an email Sunday evening, which was the quickest light speed public record request I ever seen in my life. Somebody got a public records request within days, and I don't think we've ever gotten that, but I don't really know why that happened, but it's fine. I sent out an email on Sunday night. There were some things that happened on Monday in the district, and late Monday afternoon, I think you sent an email back. And my email was, hey, I want to meet. I want to just see what's going on. I want to support if I can. We met, it seems like one big day, I think Wednesday morning. And also our curriculum, I don't know what your title is, it just left my brain, but she was in the meeting. I believe it was just the two of you, correct? And just said that, look, I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting these, all the things that were already said. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. So in that meeting, it was the first time I heard the things that we're hearing tonight, other than the Friday report. and giving some clarity on some things. So then my question is, Ms. Vicentainer, where we're at today, what could we have done different? As a district, and seeing what we're facing right now. First, let me just clear the air. Did we ask you to pull books, book banning?
President Toby, Mrs. Bowles. So to answer the last question, no, we were not, you did not give a specific direction to pull any books or list any titles or along those lines. And as we've tried to make very clear tonight, our committee had made those recommendations. With regard to what we could do differently, I'm not prepared to provide a full analysis this evening, but I would say that what we recognize and what has been brought up is that, a spring adoption with a quick turnaround, with requests for customization, with requests for delivery of materials to arrive before school starts and to get all the PD things together, probably is something we would not do going forward. I think we have committed and had a lot of, that is something we've had a lot of conversation about this week in terms of giving ourselves the time to choose the right materials, to make sure that there is a lot of input. I do want to commend the committee. There was a very large committee. There was a lot of work and a lot of hours spent to choose this particular curriculum or recommend this particular curriculum over other curriculums that were provided. So, I have not looked at the particular makeup of the committee. My understanding is that it was a fairly diverse group. So but we can always make sure that we have more voices at the table and welcome those conversations.
So then I just want to add to that and say that the way this was rolled out, I'm not going to blame anyone. I'm just going to say that the way it was rolled out caused all of this. But I do want to share something, and I had, all my notes together and everything, and first of all, I do want to say thank you for the people that are visiting in our boardroom, and I'm happy to hear we have legislature, I believe I heard, and trying to remember all the titles, but mainly I want to speak to us as human beings, and there are pastors in the room, and I just want to honor you as well. So I don't think the issue is DEI. I don't think the issue is, if we were being very raw and we were sitting across the table, which we don't do often enough, the real issue is injustice. Injustice for people that I can, understand because I'm a human being, maybe not the depths and some things that others have gone through. I could say the same thing back. We could, go back and forth in that. And I don't want to do that. So I just want to address the heart issue of the injustice that, and I will also just say, when I was speaking to Ms. Vicentainer, the book that, it just left my brain, but the book that was spoke of many times tonight, I'm like, what are we doing? Why are we pulling that book? That is our history. And that is correct, right? We had that conversation on the phone, right, Ms. Vicentainer? Okay, so I don't want to make it about me. I want to address an issue that...
President Toby, point of order. There's a lot of whispering and talking in the audience and trying to listen to Board Member Bowles. It does echo up here, so if you could please refrain.
Okay, thank you for that, Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Bowles, please continue.
So praying, and because I pray often, actually, and all day it was like the Lord wanted me to call my son. I'm like, why? That doesn't make sense, but okay, I'll do that right before the board meeting. If I would have just obeyed yesterday or this morning, then I wouldn't have been rushing around. So neither here nor there, of course, he had a podcast, and I'm like, wow, okay. So just a couple of things from this podcast that I want to share. First of all, Martin Luther King, it was mentioned tonight, the I Have a Dream speech. I didn't know this till right before the board meeting. It actually was inspired from a prayer, and inspired from a prayer from a young girl. And then if you do a little more history, it's actually two girls, but I won't get into that. We can go back and forth. I'm Irish, that's my background, and I love culture. I do, and they were enslaved. You know, we could, again, go back and forth in some of these things. And the injustice I don't want to deny as a human being. We protested. Much of what I'm about to say, I'm saying to myself, so I want to start with that. We protested about racism. We've debated about racism. We've hated and posted over racism. But have we prayed over racism? And there's a pastor out there, actually there's a movie coming out, I don't know if it is out. Again, short time to do my own research, but his name is Pastor Will Ford. He was part of this podcast that my son sent me and talked with me about today, and it was amazing. He stated that God dealt with him to, quote, his quote, "Get rid of your white baggage. You have been carrying this way too long." It'll be on screen soon, and his movie, I think that's what you still call him, is called The King of Dreams. And he tells a story, I don't really know, I think it's around this story. I, again, didn't research this, but he tells a story in this podcast, which is his story, that he had a 250, I thought that was interesting, year-old black cast iron kettle pot. 250 because obviously we're in a 250 birthday in our nation, which means year of jubilee and freedom and things that, you know, we're speaking about tonight. His story begins, he said, in Fort Worth, that he was at his grandmother's backyard, in his grandmother's backyard, and he was 16 years old. He said, my grandmother said, "You see that black kettle, that black iron kettle, that pot over there in the backyard?" And he's like, what are you talking about, Grandma? And she says, no, look, you know, like a grandma has that authority, and started yelling at him, no, that one over there, he says, that kettle over there. And he says, well, yeah. And he said he was, 16, and he's like, okay. He says, she says to him, God is going to use you through that cast iron kettle. And he goes on to say that he talked to his father, and his father said, oh, yeah, I know about that black kettle. He said, we used to wash clothes in that pot. He said, we didn't even have the money. He said, we had no money, he said, and we couldn't afford a washing machine. We couldn't even afford a washboard. He went on to say that his great-great-grandmother, Harriet Lockett, told the story, sorry. I knew that was going to happen. Told the story of how they used to take this kettle and they used to pray for their freedom. And then my eyes are watering and I can't see to begin with. Sorry. They used to pray for their freedom and said, so what they would do is they would take this iron kettle pot and turn it upside down on the floor, the cabin floor, because they had to have secret prayer meeting. They were Christians, and they were solid in that. But those holding them captive in slavery, they were afraid. Not the people praying, but those that were holding them captive, or masters is what they called them. They were afraid that they would be praying, and they would be praying for freedom, and then they would run away and want their freedom. But they would pray anyway. I thought I read this enough times not to cry. They would sneak away in the barn late at night and make sure that they made it to the prayer meeting. And they would make sure that it wouldn't be heard using that cast iron pot. And they would take that pot, and share their love for Jesus. They prayed going into the barn. They prayed while in the barn and having this pot, because they would take that pot and they would put rocks under it so it would be high up and they would lay prostrate on the floor and pray for their freedom. I'm going to stop reading. I'm just going to tell you a story. Because this is the hardest part for me to say. They weren't praying for their own freedom. They were praying, in fact, thinking they would never see freedom. They were praying for those that were not yet born, for their freedom. They would pray into that pot because it would be muffled so they wouldn't be heard. I have to tell you about a moment in this boardroom, and I don't know if Mr. Toby remembers this, but this is the first thing that came to my mind. Of course, it's my son giving me this podcast. I'm like, really? Mr. President Toby, when we were sworn in this room, my son had prayed over us. And something that he prayed just rang, and to this day rings inside of me, and he prayed even for those not yet born. Let us make, change and basically leave it better than we were given. Going back to this black iron kettle, as I said, they were praying for freedom for the next generation, and so that they would someday have freedom. His story went on to say, there happened to be, a young teenage girl who was part of those prayer meetings, and she decided to keep that pot. And as he stated, that she said, that is how it made it to my family, he said. And in our family, she overheard them praying, and she knew that she wasn't the only recipient of these folks' sacrifice. So she takes the pot with her, and it ends up being in his lineage. And he said this much better than I'm about to say, because I did not have this written down, but he used DEI. He said it's not about DEI. That's not the problem. He says fighting racism with racism is not the answer. It's a heart issue. It's a forgiveness issue. And a repentance issue. And he said that's when he said, let's start with me, Lord. Let me get rid of the white garbage. The white baggage, and have that I've been carrying way too long. I want to follow him. I don't know much about him. I literally didn't know who he was before this board meeting. Has a tremendous story of moments in history that Martin Luther King standing on the steps of the memorial in Washington and giving the speech, and that he ended up standing on in that same area with the white in his lineage and his master slavery, I don't know what you call him because I forgot, they ended up being on the stairs at the same time, like both of their heritage being on the stairs, and it's amazing. But I just want to end with this and say, I could go, all ticky-tacky, and I'm not trying to make light of, or that it's a light issue, so please hear me say that. I just want to address the real issue, and that is the injustice. And I have black friends in the room. I had a black roommate. As a matter of fact, the organization that's in the room, I have been in the room with you before in courtrooms. And the reason I was there is because my black roommate and myself were preaching the gospel in Prescott, Arizona, and we were arrested. And they were there to support her. At the end of the day, I want to leave it better for the next generation. I've said that a million times here, and I mean it. I'm not here to impress anybody. I don't care if I have nothing to lose and everything to gain, but I definitely want to address the real problem, and that's that it is a hard issue. And I'll say it, in me as well. So I'm just going to end with that. Thank you.
Ms. Proudfit, go ahead.
Before I make my remarks, I just want to point out a few things. Number one, Sherry, for those of you that don't know, we did a massive, and I mean massive, curriculum adoption. We have members of the ELA Curriculum Committee here tonight. I've spoken with many of them over this week. I also, as I do, invited myself to drop into a few of their sessions and was able to witness firsthand just how in-depth that process was. That process was being led by a person who's no longer with the district, whose position has not been replaced. So in the midst of everything else going on, we have this massive curriculum adoption, and Sherry has really, and her team, but Sherry has really stepped up and borne the brunt of that work. And so any curriculum adoption is going to have hiccups. These are not unusual hiccups. And I just wanted to acknowledge, I see like all the incredible work that you're doing and how much more you're being asked to take on in this impossible task. And apart from what we're talking about tonight, as we move forward with this curriculum adoption, and we have many others being implemented this year, to just be patient and keep the conversation going so that when things come up, we're able to discuss them. And again, as President Toby says, to evaluate and do better. And that's part of the implementation process. But Sherry, thank you, because I know that this has been overwhelming, to say the least. My watch was alerting me, it's my ring, that my heart rate is elevated. So I think we do have a problem. And I'm going to try to be as professional as I can when I say this. When conversations move to the media and social media, it's good for nobody. And there's nothing quite so frustrating as people using those tools as tools for chaos. Chaos is not good for anyone in this room. It's not good for our students. What I really appreciated about the conversation tonight was how many thoughtful, articulate points were made. Points that we need to think about. But I think the problem that we have right now is somewhere in all that's happening, there is this currency of chaos that is being used in 1,000 ways right now against our district, because the truth is, our teachers are afraid, and that is our biggest problem. They're afraid because the policy, even though the intention might have been one thing, your intention is one thing, your impact is another. This is something we talk about in my house all the time. Your intention can be good and your impact can be bad, and you have to take accountability for the bad impact. What I'm hearing from the community is that we need to have a larger table and we need to have a lot more conversations about the impact about this policy. And also, good policy should not lead to ambiguity or gray areas. Good policy should very clearly state what is the direction moving forward, and I'm not sure that we're quite there yet. The biggest concern I have right now is the chaos. And I would ask every member of our community to not engage in it, to not read it. Don't fight things out on the internet. Let's have conversations. Like the people in this room did tonight. My information is out there. I will sit down with anyone anytime. I know our admin is committed to the same thing, and that's what I'm hearing the call for. A large table to sit around and have this conversation, because there's much that needs to be discussed. But what is not okay is for us to create policy that puts handcuffs on our teachers and creates a situation where they're afraid to teach for retribution from any of us on the dais or from district or from anyone else. That is not a situation that we want for our teachers. That's not a situation we want for our students, because that is not going to lead to the best outcomes of critical thinking, of the community, of everything that we love about Peoria. So I guess my call to action would be, for everyone that showed up tonight, if you want a seat at the table, we would love to have you. We will make as much room as we possibly can. We need to continue to have this conversation, and we need to have it in the right place, face to face, in a situation where we can do something proactive with the results and not just sling insults and not have the information we need. The reason why we made this a discussion item tonight was not just because we wanted you to have a structured place to hear your feedback. We knew there was going to be a lot of heart feedback, and we wanted to receive that. But we also wanted to give administration a chance to talk about the procedure, to talk about
the reasons to kind of dispel the book banning myth and to talk about ways that we can improve, to talk about what specifically was in these things and what the committee had, the conclusion they came to. So can we please just stop with the chaos? We cannot sustain this level of public division. That is the problem with our district right now. It's not the teachers, it's not the students, it's not funding. Those are all problems we can solve, but we cannot solve the problem of the chaos entrepreneurism. We just can't. And it's hurting every area of our district. It's hurting every teacher. It's hurting every student. It's driving me crazy. We have had so many sleepless nights, I cannot even tell you. It's time to stop with the internet and to start to put your nose to the wheel and let's get to work. And let's make things better. And let's be accountable where we need to be accountable, but let's show up to work, not just talk about it. So thank you everyone for coming. Talia, I'll just ask since I'm here, I'd love to get the information of our friends from the NAACP to continue this conversation. And with our curriculum committee, let's open up the conversation, let's sit down at the table, and let's figure out what's best for our community, and let's figure out what's best for our students.
Thank you, Clerk Proudfit. After hearing all the comments from the public and my fellow board members, it really does seem like we're having two different conversations. So I'd just like to start off with a question. Pretending that there was no 1-204, would these texts as part out of our elementary school curriculum still be recommended for the higher grade levels and not for elementary?
President Toby, yes, the teachers who reviewed the novels at each of those grade levels and where they fall within our libraries made the decision to opt to not instruct upon those this year. They felt the age appropriateness and the maturity level was better suited for it where it's originally housed, which is in our AP courses in our high school libraries and through other methods of instruction through our text through social studies and some of our other materials in the library.
And I can't have my slideshow thing up at the same time as our diligent community. It's a little bit frustrating, but it's okay. But I believe I saw on the presentation that we were still teaching these concepts in the lower grade levels using other sources. Is that correct?
Are we referring specifically to Frederick Douglass?
Frederick Douglass, I think, was one of them, and then I believe there's additional.
So Frederick Douglass is in grades 5, 7, and 8 through our social studies. It's also in our library in different books in the elementary as well as in the high school and then in AP.
And then have you had any correspondence with the textbook adoption committee regarding these texts above and beyond what we've talked about tonight as far as the rationale for these being more appropriate for the higher grade levels and not elementary school?
So it was not only the textbook selection committee, post the approval or the recommendation by the committee before it went on to the superintendent. A page-by-page review was done from that, again, confirmed with the narrative of Frederick Douglass as well as Raisin in the Sun, that we would take a deeper dive and consider an alternate unit with the company. When the scope and sequence, which happens post governing board consideration and approval, that's when the Summer of the Mariposas was identified as another text that seemed misaligned with 6th grade.
And in talking with the teachers that were on this adoption committee, because I know it wasn't just teachers, it was also community members and other volunteers that put in a lot of hours putting thought behind our curriculum. I think one of them, I don't think this is one of them, but one of them was dealing with, say, abortion. What is that? I mean, I know this is causing you to speculate a little bit, but what position are we putting our elementary school teachers in teaching ELA, having to teach on the topic of abortion to elementary school?
President Toby, what I can explain to you is that individuals from the textbook selection committees did the review as well as teachers. There might have been textbook selection committee members that did the page-by-page review, and then there might have been the same teachers or new teachers who helped with the scope and sequence. So we did vary who was there for fresh perspective, but also a long-term standing perspective. The consternation, again, is with the content and the age level of our learners, and then having the role of the teacher and instructing upon that content that may not necessarily be suitable within the classroom and tied directly to ELA. So ELA teaches standards related to informational and literature texts as well as for vocabulary. So the concept of abortion doesn't necessarily align with the standards of ELA.
Okay, thank you. So back to what I was originally saying, because I think my statement I usually say is that we have to be self-assessing and self-correcting. And that's really kind of what I've had conversations with Ms. Vicentainer and Cabinet. Like, as an organization our size, we have to be self-assessing and self-correcting. And so I think I agree with one of my fellow board members that the messaging, I think, might have been a little bit of oversharing in the midst of explaining what happened with the textbook adoption committees, citing all of our policies that we view textbook adoption, and we included our 1-204, which, from what I see, didn't even touch any of these texts. So I think in that oversharing of, and trying to be transparent of, these are all the policies that we vet all of our curriculum through, because it didn't have anything to do with these novels and these books, I think it might have muddied the waters a little bit. So in part of our being self-assessing and self-correcting, I think that communication piece, we tighten up as far as that goes. So I do agree upon that one, but from what I see, we have a policy discussion and we have a content of curriculum discussion, and I think the two are being conflated when they doesn't touch each other. So I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. Are there any additional follow-up questions or comments from my fellow board members before we move on?
I do, President Toby.
Mrs. Ewing, please go ahead.
All right. Several folks have mentioned this, and I forgot to ask about it, is now that we've identified a certain text that we want to have removed, it's been asked, what is going to replace that? When you look at, I don't know where it is, but when you look at the area that it was, the chapter that it removed was, some of the documents were removed from, I don't think it's on this, I think it was actually in our email. It was like equality, and it was a particular section it was removed from. Oh, yes, thank you, Heather. Or thank you, Mrs. Brooks. It was removed from the grade 8 Amplify, removed from the Liberty and Equality section. So even if, and this says student consumables, handouts, writing journals, narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass and American Slave by Frederick Douglass. Now, in that chapter, Liberty and Equality, those writings are supposed to depict what was happening during that time frame. So there is, in one way or another, there's a need to have uncomfortable material in there to be able to emphasize what those individuals experienced. So I think it is worth the discussion of how do we make decisions about taking out materials when it takes away from the point and the value of that lesson. So I guess my question just goes back to, at this particular time with the vendor, have we been given any sort of feedback on what would be used to replace that, any of those items? And I know that one of them was more difficult because it was woven, you told me it was woven throughout the entire chapter. And I think it's important that what I'm hearing from our community is that there be maybe similar stories. Is there a possibility they can just remove the terminology that was considered to be not age appropriate, but still gets across the whole story?
Mrs. Ewing, thank you for that question. In regards to the theme, we've already had conversations with the vendor that we want to maintain the integrity of the theme and the intentionality of it, and reworking that unit to bring in place a similar novel, still utilize excerpts to ensure that we are adhering to what was the purpose and the power behind that unit.
Thank you, that was
Toby.
me.
Go ahead, Mrs. Brooks.
Ms. Young, I was going to suggest kind of from the history aspect. I know that you mentioned, and I've seen the pages in my son's workbook,
for the history units. I don't know if that's the option of what's in our history books already of the history of Frederick Douglass, if that can be incorporated until we figure that out with Amplify, if we can use that in the lessons, kind of correlating from that, because I know that I don't believe those pages had any profanity in them. I didn't see when I looked through. So, but I just don't know if that's something that can be incorporated until we get that unit from Amplify. I don't know if that makes sense how I'm wording it.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. So two things. One, though that content is taught in social studies and those exact materials are used. Two, we are under conversations not only with the vendor but internally to ensure that the standards are taught. They're taught to the exit outcome of that particular unit, and then how can we replace or ensure that we're still teaching that. So we will take that under advisement, and I'll take that back to the team. Thank you.
And yes, thank you. And then I just don't know too of how. I've just heard from staff that they're being asked to be the ones to remove it all, and I don't know how that's going to work with the workload that they already have. So I'm just really trying to figure out what is kind of that plan so that they're not left with what do we do type of thing. So I don't know if that makes sense too.
It does. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. I do think in the broader conversation of communication, there was some mixed signals. We've left it up to each individual site to identify what's best moving forward with the consumables. So every year we get new consumables, so the pages are workbook pages. So we've given several options that teachers and sites can choose. It's up to the administration to determine. I do think at the beginning part of this, just like you said, I think a lot of communication was dropped in a short amount of time, and I think signals got crossed. So we own that. And moving forward, like Ms. Vicentainer said, we'll be better with that. But we're not expecting teachers unless they select at their site to remove the pages from the books.
That's what I'm concerned with, is I've been hearing that that's what's been conveyed, and that it would be during teachers' time. And so that's where I'm just kind of like, I don't know if there's another plan that we can instill. It's not saying I don't want the site admin to figure out how they want to do it. I just want to be able to support them to where it's not on teachers' time when they are trying to plan the lesson day. I just bet if there's another way that it can be looked at, and again, like even just the going to the history books, if there's a way to incorporate from the history books of the life of Frederick Douglass that are already in there into that ELA lesson unit so that there's still that writing portion and the students are still getting that concept, they're getting that scope and sequence, and they're getting that history piece. I don't know if that's something that can be discussed with administrators at the schools and not, I guess, per se, leaving it on the teachers to have to do it during their work time. So that was just another idea. I don't know if that's possible to look at.
Thank you.
All right.
President Toby, if I may. I have a
go ahead,
question.
Mrs. Wells.
Just to bring some context as well for those that may or may not remember, and we talked about on the phone this week, when Dr. Hernandez was here, it was promised the board that it would be some curriculum they could monitor from the district office. And where are we at with that? And I think I remember you saying Amplify, they were still taking things out of their curriculum, and we are waiting for them to give us the rest of it.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. So in regards to Dr. Hernandez, that was in reference to our vendor that houses our social studies, science, and math. That is still in progress. One thing I think both vendors and the district is learning is the integralness of what it means to customize from a digital standpoint. Since Amplify is a newer vendor, we are working with them on what that customization is, such as being able to remove certain extended length novels or texts from their e-library. So similar in nature, working with Sabis as we are with Amplify, it is an ongoing process that I think both sides would appreciate going faster, and we're working together to expedite the ability for the district office to monitor and manage digital content from a stronger standpoint.
So what do we have set up here at the district office that we can monitor the online? Because as we know, the books are not the problem, meaning they're textbooks. Many of them don't have textbooks yet, right? and so they were going on the online sources. Am I correct in saying that?
So, thank you, Mrs. Bowles. So, print materials are dropping as we speak, and currently, sites and teachers should have access to the online portions for the units outside of the ones that we've requested teachers don't teach. They have access to the digital ebook and the lessons embedded within the e-library. We know that that was a piece of the Amplify online platform that we wanted reviewed. So that should be shut down, but they're working on still removing some remaining titles from that.
So the district can or cannot shut down lessons from here?
Currently, we cannot manage lessons. We run it through Amplify. We do have access to turn on and off particular books. Amplify is working to give us that access to manage the lessons from ours, but we currently do not have that.
So many of you in the room are not going to understand what I'm about to say, but Ms. Bissentainer, when we went to that training, this would be excellent because it'd be free, legit, meaning that some of these things would be filtered through that online protection. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Clerk Profit.
I fully support the district getting a little sharky with Amplify. We're a big fish to land, and I mean, feels to me like if they're not, I mean, we knew there'd be hiccups, but also a discount wouldn't hurt if they're, you know, if this process is not going as smoothly as we want, especially since it's requiring a lot of our district with services that they're supposed to be rendering. My question is, I remember when one of my kids was reading The Diary of Anne Frank, but at a younger age, and it was implemented into the ELA curriculum in a different district. And there was an abridged version that had some of the more I would say, I won't say unnecessary, but details that were not age appropriate for whatever grade she was reading it in that were removed. Is there anything of that? Have we looked into different versions of the same book to get the same content from the same viewpoint, but leaving out the problematic profanity or whatever the things were in those books that were raising that red flag?
Mrs. Profit, thank you for that. In regards to different versions, I do believe that Amplify is looking into what would that look like. That has been part of the conversation.
Because I think that would be great, is to maintain the integrity of the lessons that already exist. I'm sure it already exists out there. These are books, you know, these are not new books. They're books that everybody reads that I read during my education. So I think that might be a really, and if they don't have it, I mean, them buying us those from whatever vendor they can find them from might be a nice little token of their gratitude for our patience.
Thank you, Clerk Proudfit. Just to close this out, so these books were not removed because of the policy of 1-204. The Textbook Adoption Committee thought that there was some age maturity issues, and that's what was being addressed. So this is not being addressed through the lens of DEI. This is being addressed through other policies that we have and other standards that we have as far as what we teach and accept in our elementary schools and what should be more appropriate for our high school. So I just wanted to put that final point on there.
President
We've been
Toby.
sitting.
Oh, I didn't know if you were, before you moved on, I just wanted one more thing when you're done. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just would, whatever the plans are, discussing, table, whatever, figuring it out with the principals and staff and everything, if you could just update us next week of what that is, so that way we can kind of follow through of what the process is and what the communication has been. So then that way, if community members have questions, we're able to actually answer. Because that's where my frustration was, is I didn't know what was going on. So that's all.
All right, thank you for that. As one famous teacher said, the more you sit on the tushy, the less you keep in the mushy. So we're going to take 5 minutes and take a break, and we'll come right back.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They're able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning, they're engaging with their peers, they're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers, they're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks, I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different.
than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things, and it's definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with like a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience, and so that's where I took the construction classes. You know, I took those, and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. You know, and the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself, and I laid it myself. One thing, you know, I can recommend from CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You know, you can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school.
Superintendent search. We'll now turn the time over to Mrs. Airy. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening again, President Toby, members of the board, colleagues, and guests that have joined us this evening, as well as those who may be joining us online. I'm bringing forward this item this evening at the request of the governing board so we could begin the conversation regarding our superintendent search for this year. Tonight I'll be providing some background information as well as starting the conversation regarding a draft or a proposed timeline that the governing board may consider. And then I will conclude by turning the time over to Mrs. Rodriguez so she can share a little bit more about the procurement process. To start, I'll give you just a little bit of background, beginning from my time here in the district, as I've served as a liaison to the governing board and to search firms over the years. And I'll start by just showing you at a kind of a very high level the past superintendents that we've had in the district. Of course, we have some that date back before what you see on the screen here, but I was hired by Dr. Santarelli, and he had quite the tenure here in this district. After he left our district, we did have a number of searches that have followed over the years, and certainly won't go through each individually, but I show you this slide just to show you or demonstrate that we've used a couple of different firms. We've also had a couple of very unique circumstances in the district and had to pivot on a number of ways. We've had a couple of appointees that were internal candidates with our district, and of course appreciate the service of our past superintendents. So I won't spend too much time unless there's any particular questions on this slide. I just wanted to demonstrate for you that we've used a number of searches, and really just to show you that we've learned quite a lot about the superintendent search process over the years. We've also learned quite a bit about some of the aspects of a superintendent search process that have been both those that have provided a lot of engagement for our community, what those levels of engagement have looked like, and some of the available tools that we have and have partnered with search firms on to make sure that we are really, truly choosing someone that is going to be the best of the best for the Peoria Unified School District going forward. I know that's certainly something that's been very important to the governing board and that you've expressed as we are going through and looking at selecting a superintendent for a district of our size. So I'll cover a proposed timeline, and we're sharing this proposal because, as you know, we already have on the horizon a number of very large challenges that the district's tackling. A number of priorities that the governing board has shared are really important for us to look at through the fall and the spring of this school year. And so this timeline both takes those items into consideration, but it also provides a number of aspects, either of past searches or aspects from a number of other districts that are best practice for making sure that you are really casting the widest possible net, but also engaging all of the district stakeholders so that they are all part of the process. I just want to share, of course, everything that I'm providing you is just intended to be a conversation starter for you to be able to provide some feedback. And of course, finalizing a number of these elements might be contingent on a number of other factors. Also, I think the proposal that we're sharing with you today allows for a little bit of flexibility along the way. So there are some areas that don't really have key dates, but just rather some time frames for you to consider. So I'll talk through a little bit of the planning, the recruitment, as well as kind of a selection or introduction process with finalists, and then how that might culminate in potential vote to enter into contract negotiations with a particular candidate. So today, as I shared, this is just simply the conversation starter in hopes that the next step for the governing board would really be to coalesce around a particular time frame or timeline. The reason this is really important is because it's not just for you all as board members and the lift that will come in the increased meetings that you'll have around the selection, both public meetings as well as maybe some executive sessions as you're going through the selection process, but it's also really important for prospective candidates that are looking at our district and trying to determine, as they're weighing opportunities that they might have before them, what our process might look like and how they might work that into both their family as well as their current employer. So we'd like to, after we get some feedback from you, both on a timeline, a scope, as well as the procurement process that Mrs. Rodriguez will share, bring that back for a vote at a future meeting. I've selected our next one, just hearing from the board that you are wanting to move this process along. That also helps us to put together all the packaging, working with the search firm, of what those candidates will see. And so that's sometimes called an invitation to apply, and it's typically kind of a robust compilation of materials that candidates might look at when they're weighing whether or not they want to consider coming to our district. So we'd finalize all those materials and make sure that they are posted and available. Typically, how that works with the search firm is they begin then a recruitment process, and that's really the biggest window that you'll see here on the screen. And so that might be something that is able to kick off as soon as mid-September, just depending on how things go with the procurement process. But that's an important window because often that recruitment is something that takes time for a search firm to do. Certainly, I know we've heard from the governing board that it's going to be really important to find the best person to lead us into the future. Oftentimes, that's a national search. Oftentimes, that involves a lot of conversations that search firm does through the recruitment process, and a lot of outreach and follow-up and phone calls, working with those they have in their network. And of course, we support them with some of those marketing materials and branding materials, making sure that everything that they're sharing about our district and on behalf of our district is accurate. During that time, something that's worked really well for our district in the past is to also launch a survey to our community and have an opportunity for the community to weigh in, typically something electronic where they can share what are some of the qualities that we're specifically looking for in a leader. What are some of the things that that this person, or the attributes, maybe what are some of the skill sets that they bring to our district. The search firm may then use that as they're going through the vetting process once they collect those applications to determine candidates and how qualified they are to advance in the process. And so that's been something, I know that's been something our community has appreciated being a part of in the past. So I did put that into the process. leaving that window open for some time so that candidates can certainly have conversations that they're needing to have before they finalize and get that application in would bring us all the way to December or early December. And that's the important work that that firm does on your behalf to background check and to vet and to consider and to call references and to have conversations with candidates to confirm maybe their work history and all of those really important aspects before they bring forward to you candidates or finalists for your consideration. That work's typically done in an executive session so that you can review the candidates and you can make final selections. Now, what we run into, of course, is the holidays, and we want to be mindful of that, breaks that we have, breaks that those candidates may have, and we want to give them ample time from that selection process that you hold to scheduling travel for those that might be invited to come out and participate in an interview process. So I've tentatively put that, happening in kind of that January timeframe. The other aspect that I know many school districts around the valley have what we call admire and acquire. They've admired and acquired from us from a past superintendent search is holding an e-forum. It's a chance maybe for each of those candidates to share a little bit more about themselves on something that we can live stream out to the community, a questionnaire then for the community to be able to provide feedback on each of those candidates. And that's been a valuable tool that the governing board has been able to consider in an executive session when they're looking at the candidates to say, here's how we're feeling about a candidate. What does some of our survey data say from the community? What have we heard from the community relative to the candidates? So we added that e-forum as an aspect of the search that you may consider. From there, after you're narrowing down your finalists, of course, this is the important part of potentially being able to begin the process of entering into contract negotiations with a particular candidate. This certainly could be as soon as the end of January or potentially even take into February, depending on how long you might have those considerations, those deliberations before you move forward. So I'm certainly able to stand for any questions that you may have, but I think it may be best, if it's okay with you, President Tobey, for Mrs. Rodriguez to share a little bit more about the procurement process, and then we'd both be available for any questions.
Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, President Tobey, Clerk Tobey, or Clerk Prophet. Sorry, it's getting late. Members of the board and the community. So we wished, because we are hiring a search firm and we're estimating the cost to be between $40,000 and $60,000, procurement process does apply. So anything over $10,000, typically we get 3 quotes for. Doesn't require an RFP though. So it's a much shorter, more succinct process. So one of the main responsibilities that we would need to do is to identify the scope of work so that the firm knows what they're quoting us for. We would select 3 firms at minimum to receive the quotes from. And so we just looked at some firms that have worked with other school districts in Arizona. HYA, McPherson and Jacobson, Ray and Associates, and the ASA. We're not members of ASBA anymore, so we didn't include them on the list. So AYA has done 2 recent search, one for Mesa Public Schools and one for Chandler. These are large school districts comparable to ours, and so they would be a firm that I would want to send a request for a quote. McPherson and Jacobson has extensive Arizona experience. They've done searches for us before, but you can see several other districts that they've done searches for recently. Ray and Associates also has a limited experience, but they have done searches in Arizona. And then ASA. And I found one search that they did recently for a district comparable to ours, and that was Paradise Valley. So my suggested scope of services is kind of outlining what Danielle has identified, Ms. Ari has identified as far as the timeline in the different areas. So search planning, stakeholder engagement, national recruitment, if that's something that the governing board wants to consider, candidate screening and vetting for the governing board, and then assisting the board with the interview questions and the process to review for the finalist. So this is the scope of work that we would present. Ms. Barwick would send out a request for quotes to these organizations. They would come back with what their plan is. They'd come back with some sort of a proposal. These firms do this all the time, so it's probably, pretty much a template, but we would want them to tailor it to Peoria. And so next steps, what I would like to suggest to the board is that we would use all 4 of the firms, use that criteria that I shared, or if there's other things that the board would like to give us direction on to add, and then take that scope of service, give it to them, get the quotes, and then that way we can review them for the qualifications that the board is looking for, and then present those to you to agree to which firm we would like to select and move forward that best meets the needs of Peoria.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. Mrs. Rooks, want to start us off with any comments, questions on the superintendent search?
Yes. So do we have any public comment, President Toby?
Oh, it's hiding. Oh. We have one public comment from Laura T. You have 3 minutes.
Don't start yet. We stand today at a critical crossroads. As you begin discussing the search for a new superintendent, we must be honest about what we got here. We cannot move forward without acknowledging the culture that has driven leadership away. For too long, this district has struggled with leadership retention. You cannot retain highly qualified superintendents or attract strong leaders when political theater, hostile questioning, and unhealthy board dynamics distract from educating students. We have witnessed hostile questioning of staff, an enormous volume of public records requests creating distraction rather than progress, and repeated political battles taking focus away from students. Our students have asked in questionnaires and interviews for stability and leadership. Our schools cannot thrive in chaos. Board leadership is not just about criticizing what is wrong, it is about taking initiative to make things better. The next superintendent will have an important responsibility to strengthen relationships with law enforcement, for example, and our broader community partners. So before the next superintendent begins that mission, I decided, let me share here, to take initiative as a parent and daring community leader to strengthen, to enrich actually the relationship between our parents, our community, and law enforcement. Today, I met with Peoria Chief of Police and shared how parents view the vital relationship between our schools, families, and law enforcement. Proactive collaboration matters for school security, mentorship, crisis readiness, training, and community engagement. So much more can be accomplished when schools, parents, community leaders, and police work together proactively rather than reactively. I'm pleased to announce that the Chief and I have opened the door to what we hope will become a meaningful partnership with our parent community. Our upcoming event will be called Conversation with Chief, Parents Building a Partnership. This will give parents an opportunity to meet the chief, ask questions, learn how law enforcement works with our schools, and begin building relationships that strengthen our community. I will share more details soon. In conclusion, my sincere hope is that our next superintendent is given the space to continue and strengthen the collaboration with our police department and the broader community. Our students deserve stability. Our staff deserves support. Our community deserves responsible governance. We need real board leaders, not bad actors playing political games. Those who cannot put students first must step aside, and our community should hold its elected officials accountable at the ballot box. Let's hire the right superintendent, support that leader, and create an environment where he or she can succeed, lead, and stay. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. There are no more public comments on this line item. Mrs. Rooks, I'll give you the opportunity for comments, questions.
Yes, thank you. It was mentioned, I think, in the presentation that the governing board decided to do a search firm, and I guess I missed that. We never had any vote of what the direction was going to be in the superintendent search. So I'm bit confused as to when we've decided to move forward with the idea of a search firm. We haven't even had any discussion of what would be the process laid out. So that's the first thing. Second, the cost of the 40 to 40,000 between 60,000. I don't think that's wise to use that money right now. I think that it would be better to look more of in-house and having applicants apply in Arizona. I know that previously, a couple months ago, Clerk Proudfit, you did mention when we were having these discussions that you weren't really supportive of a search firm. So it's just kind of confusing to see it here when we haven't even brought up the discussion of how that would start with that process. And then also with regards to McPherson and Jacobson is on the list. We did use him we did use their company in the last superintendent search, but in the Eagle County School District, they hired McPherson and Jacobson as well for their superintendent search, and we paid them to find us somebody, and then they were hired by that district. And I guess it's kind of just weird. The product is what I'm kind of talking about. Like so we're paying this amount of money to this firm, and then this other district uses the same firm. I don't know. It's just really weird to me. I don't know if is there going to be any, I guess, are they going to try to take the next superintendent in another district? Like it's just weird, the dynamic of how that happened. That it's the same firm that we used last time, and then it's the same firm that was in Eagle County School District. I know it was mentioned before, but my understanding was previous superintendent, Dr. Summers, moved back to Colorado because that's where he's from, and that's where his family wanted to go back to. They didn't want to be here in Arizona. So I don't understand why that is being pointed out. But I'm still not in support of a search firm and spending that amount of money. I think that there should be a process of having applicants apply, whether locally, nationally, and then going through that interview process and still having the committee feedback and having them in that process of interviewing those candidates. I don't support hiring another search firm because it's been done like that for the last 10 to 15 years, and I just don't see the beneficiary in the search firms and the spending of them right now. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, comments, questions?
Is there, Mr. Toby, President Toby, sorry, can you answer if that is, since this was put on the board agenda, are we, I think we're open to internal applicants, right, regardless of, right, so that's not, and we're open to local and national, and I know that, I'm sorry, I said your name and then I'm not even asking the question. I know that there have been conversations amongst our board members about maybe the importance is to hire locally just because we feel like Arizona law and it's so different from some of the other states, and it takes a long time for those applicants, or like with Dr. Summers, Colorado is very different than Arizona, and there was some adjustments to that. So we had talked about looking locally. But from what I remember about the, as far as timing, I think you have the right timing on here for when we should go out for the search, because I do remember that when we did it in the spring, we didn't have as many applicants apply, which is why we had pushed it later, and that most superintendents, when they're starting to look, they're looking in that October timeframe. So I definitely think the timeline that we have is on target for when people are looking, and it gives us some opportunity to shift and so forth if we need to stretch it longer for one reason or another. So I definitely think the timeline is good. I think it's, I know that the cost of using an outside source is more expensive, but I also know and maybe you can speak on behalf of this, of what the vetting process would be like for our staff to carry if we were to do this search ourselves, because I believe that was the part that is where we really require somebody else. And Mrs. Vicentainer, I don't know where she is. There she is. Had talked about that before. I believe there was the workload that would be on the district amongst all of the other things that we're trying to do, plus the more limited staff, that taking this on ourselves might be incredibly difficult. So maybe you can talk on that piece. One of you, sorry.
President Toby, Mrs. Ewing, and Mrs. Rooks, to answer, I think, one of your questions or comments, it is within the purview of the board to direct administration to either consider a search firm or not. It is as you can see from the timeline, it is quite extensive, and it is a very incredibly important role for the district. And so that vetting process certainly is something that, the professionals that do this through a firm have processes and procedures to do this, and is part of why you are paying them to go through that extensive work and many Google searches and reaching out to contacts. And I would say it's both that part, and then I think just being clear with administration on your expectations for recruitment, because recruiting locally and spreading that word locally, and we certainly have many ways we could do that to help support the search, and would do that regardless of if you hired a firm or not. But if you are looking to do a more extensive search and a national search, that's where that search firm really does have the expertise to reach out to a very broad network that they built and cultivated, and relationships, and to also typically that funding includes some marketing or advertising at a national level. So they typically will maybe run some digital ads nationally, those types of things. So those would be questions we could ask them, if you'd like. But that is some of what you'd be getting with a firm. And yes, it is quite the extensive process on a fairly taxed human resources team if it was to be something that you did in-house.
And, okay.
I just wanted to reiterate what Ms. Aries says. The experience that these firms bring and their breadth of the network of people that they know might be a good fit for Peoria, our internal HR team would not have that knowledge. And so when we are as large of a district as we are, just putting the application out there and say, come and apply, may not get us all of the candidates that we would want to look at. This is a large district. We want the best of the best to be here and to run our organization. So I would just say that the advantage of the firm would be that they would have more national, broader exposure than just a narrow people who might be looking for a position. So that would be my recommendation as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And I remember one of the other conversations we had was that because we've watched some superintendent searches in other districts go well, and we've watched some go not very well. And we have had some discussions about what are those additional vetting processes can we put in place. And if we do go out and ask these organizations to, put forward a bid, can we somehow ask about additional vetting processes to be put in place? Because we've seen some of it work well and some of it not work well. In my personal opinion, as far as the board, I think I go back and forth. I think it would be really great to have someone locally, but I also remember when we just did a local search for another one, we didn't have the candidates that came forward, and so it wasn't until we did it nationally did we have a much more qualified person, although they didn't end up staying, but the qualifications were there and so forth. So
to address that concern, Ms. Ewing, President Toby, we would ask the firm, tell us about your last placements and how long did those superintendents stay at those placements? You know, and that'll give you an idea of were they successful placements or weren't they successful placements. And so that would be one of the qualifying questions I would suggest that we ask any firm that we go out to ask for a quote from.
And I'm going to turn this question over to Mrs. Vistentainer, even though she's not at the podium. But I know that we, even with our employees, we have talked about having just a better vetting process of our employees. And so do you have any sort of suggestions from all your experience in HR and all of the different companies you've worked in of how we could make that vetting process be as scrutinizing as possible? So,
thank you, President Toby. Mrs. Ewing, I think there's always I think it really is how you set up the whole process and the questions you ask along the way, as well as the information regarding the candidates. So I think it really is utilizing a search firm. I think in this case, it would really provide us, as Mrs. Rodriguez and Ms. Arias mentioned, really bring in a broader base of candidates. But once you have the base of candidates, I think that the process from there is really where it makes a big difference. And so we've utilized different processes over the years. We can add in as many layers or pieces that we need to. I do know that, a lot of people move to Arizona for different reasons, but so it's always good to know, if we were to move forward with an out-of-state candidate, like those are the types of things and conversations to have about, what draws you to Arizona and, and the ability and willingness and ability to stay.
I'll pass it along to the rest of unless you had something else to add.
I do. Mrs. Vistentainer reminded me, President Toby, Mrs. Ewing, that there was a component that I believe was on the screen when I was presenting that I didn't touch on that is part of the process that has also been very successful for Peoria. In addition to inviting finalists out to participate in the interviews that they would do with you, we have assembled stakeholder teams and had the candidates rotate through some panel interviews. So we could certainly go through a process of gathering teams of community members, business leaders, parents, students, just any way we'd like to make sure we form some really great opportunities for the community to come in and those in the community that certainly I know you respect the viewpoints of many different stakeholders, and they can provide you with some insight as well, and that has been an important part of the process that we've utilized in the past if you're interested in including that.
Thank you for that. Mrs. Bowles, comments, questions?
A couple questions. First, have we ever not used a firm and hired a superintendent in this district?
President Toby and Mrs. Bowles, in my time here over the last 16 years, no. We did have one instance where we started that process and then suspended it because the board opted to appoint the current interim superintendent to the superintendent position.
And who was that?
Mrs. Linda Pallas Thompson was the interim superintendent, and they started the process and then decided to appoint her as superintendent.
So I'm going to have to go back to I was here when Santarelli was here. Mr. Molino was appointed not through an agency.
He was an interim superintendent, and he was serving until a process could be fulfilled.
So I knew that. I wasn't asking for the information. I just wanted public to know that. So we did have more than one that we didn't have an agency on. $40,000 to $60,000 when we're furloughing teachers, and then, as many of the public already knows, we have a PR person that was hired. I think we need to try I'm not opposed to getting an agency, but if we haven't even tried local and within, I don't think we're really doing our job in that respect and being physically responsible with taxpayer dollars. And then on top of that, Ms. Ricks already brought this up, and that is we could go through spending $40,000 to $60,000 and then not even have a superintendent, because then someone else, he ends up, or she ends up going to another district or even another state. Is it possible to have an IGA or something in place with these firms that, hey, if we hire them, they have to stay here or stay here for a period of time? So it's not just, okay, we're just going to spend $40,000 to $60,000 and hope to get a superintendent.
Yes, thank you, President Toby, Member Bowles. So there is typically in the contract or the agreement with the search firm that the candidate will stay a minimum of 2 years. If they don't, then we get a free search after, but that's typically the arrangements that I have seen.
And if that's the case, a free search in all of the agencies that you brought up?
That would be something that we would negotiate with them.
Okay. So then I have a question for Mrs. Rooks. When we hired Dr. Summers, I don't know if I know I was, visiting the boardroom, but I don't remember all the details of this, but I definitely want to know this piece. In that process, there was obvious things we didn't know about some of the superintendents that were brought before us. And I will credit Ms. Rooks for this because I know that she was the reason for this, and that is we dodged a huge bullet with one of the superintendents, and he ended up going to another district in this state and came with a lot of debt and some other things. So my question to Ms. Rooks is, how did we come to know the background? Because it definitely didn't go through the search firm, if that makes sense, because we didn't know that when they brought them to us.
Yeah.
Not that, because I wouldn't have known that I wasn't in executive session.
So I know that there was in the news, and I just can't remember which school district because it's 9:35 at night, but there was a school district that had brought forward concerns about a superintendent that they had, I guess, hired, started contracts with, and they used a firm to do that process. And it came out in the news, this was out there in the news, that there was questions and concerns around that individual with where he was previously at and some of the where he was before and what he was doing. I'm trying to be really careful here. And so I know that we did have committee hearings. We had all the committees that you mentioned before, and they were able to interview those 3 candidates. And anybody can go and look up and see those interviews as well. But one of those candidates was the one that was mentioned in the news in another district. And we did use the firm McPherson Jacobson. So that's where my concern is. These firms have been used for so many years, is what I've been told. And so I do kind of just question, I know you mentioned that they have all of the networking, but I feel like that is also a problem with networking because they seem to know who they want to put into that position. So that, I don't know if that answers your question.
It does a little. So to bring clarity for myself, what I heard you say is the committees really were part of that, pulling that information, so to speak, so that we knew before we hired that person. Because we were ready to hire them. Am I right in saying that?
No, that is not accurate. What you're
Okay,
saying
hold on.
is not accurate.
Hold on. I'm asking her if it's accurate. That's what I just asked her. I get it, but I'm asking Ms. Rooks. So when They were a candidate, let's just say that. And you just said that, right? There were 3 or 4 of them. Was it the committee that?
Not committee. So the committee was the ones who, we had committees of different groups, students, staff, families, parents, community. It was a search firm that we had hired and did a contract with that brought in candidates. And then the 3 candidates that we had went through all the committee interviews with every group. And then it was brought to the governing board.
At what point did we find out this information was? Did the committees bring that out? Or was it the firms that brought that out? The concern? And you don't even have to say, I just want to know where our most value is.
I need to do a point of order because, and this is the reason why, Mrs. Bowles, much of the stuff that you're asking for was discussed during executive session. So
I'm not asking for any names. I'm asking for a process that worked for us. That's all I'm trying to get to. Why would I know this information if it was executive session? Some of this information is not executive session. I don't care about the names. I just want to know about the processes that we used that worked to pull this information out.
Perhaps, Mrs. Bowles, I'm trying to track where you're going with this. So could you just state your concern? It sounds like you're trying to raise a concern about where the search firm missed something. Is that what you're trying to?
Maybe. I'm not really trying to raise a concern. I just want to know where we get our biggest bang for our buck, literally. So, and I don't know. I mean, was it in the committees? Because if it were within the committees, then the answer is yes, we need to have committees. If it was through the firm, then not necessarily yes. I just want to know.
President Toby, may I suggest, so that there's not constrained around executive session, maybe at the next meeting, if we could have an executive session to kind of dive deep into that part, because she wasn't there, so it's hard to have a discussion if you're not there.
My purpose is not to bring out
But
information.
I know what you're trying to say, and if you Google it, it's out there, so it's not a secret per se. But I just think that might help a little bit with the conversation. But I understand what she's trying to say, and that's where my messaging and conveying is too, is that we're using taxpayer dollars to do a search firm, and then a couple years later, that happens in a school district. So it's just, I question. I
will ask for executive session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Mrs.
If I can, President Toby, to answer part of that question is there was value in both the forums that we had. I think there was exceptional value when the applicants went out to visit the schools because we got to hear feedback from how they were interacting with the office staff, how they were interacting with not necessarily the folks that they thought they were being interviewed by. We got to hear that feedback. So there was value in the tours. There was value in the forums to see how they answered those questions. And then there was a great deal of value in a separate way to learn in executive session all of those different discoveries that they had during the vetting process. So they each complement each other. At least that was my opinion that I found. And I do think it would be of great value to have an executive session.
Yeah, I don't think she said the word committee. She wasn't meaning committee. She meant like the search firm itself. And I'm not against what that process was with regards to having the school tours, because I do agree. It was really great to hear from staff on that. But what I'm saying is that it's the part of hiring a search firm that I'm really struggling with. That's the part that I'm struggling with. And so I can't go back to past meeting right now, but I had popped into my memory. I had remembered something was said when we selected Mrs. Vicentainer as the interim superintendent, that she would be the best person to
go through that process of selecting our next superintendent. And I want to maybe go back tomorrow morning and watch that meeting to make sure that that's what was said. But that's where I'm just confused is the search firm and the pricing of it right now. I just have a hard time with that. But I'm not saying I'm not for the process of having all of that, the tours, the feedback from every group. I actually liked that part. That was the one part that I did like because I did hear from a lot of staff members and families, and it was a great process. But I just have a hard time with the search firm.
Clerk Proudfit.
So then I have one more question. If we did not go with a search firm and we just did in-house or in-state or did our own hiring, would that change that timeline? I mean, I know you don't know if somebody's out there, right? But how would that change the timeline that you already have set in your presentation?
President Toby, Mrs. Bowles, I think that's a really tough question to answer right now, and I say that because certainly I know many of us are wearing multiple hats right now with all that is going on, and so I would say our capacity to be managing all of the things that we're managing for the district. You mentioned Mrs. Vicentainer, who is still quasi-serving as chief personnel officer as well as superintendent, and so this is quite the ask for any one person or team, our HR team, to tackle. So can it be done? I think we give everything that you ask us to do, our absolute best, but that would be the constraint I would share. And so could we keep to this timeline? I think I'm hoping Mrs. Rodriguez would join me in saying we would absolutely do our best, but it certainly is a capacity issue.
Well, and knowing how procurement works and knowing that, they need their own time, meaning we're already kind of constrained by the time of getting these firms, right? We have to do our procurement, our process of that even takes time. And to be fair, it could be even quicker to go in-house as well. I understand that it's more work, but I'm committed to fiscal responsibility and the taxpayer dollar and not just spending it to spend it. I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I just want to make sure that it's a clear message to me and how it's being spent, and is it our biggest bang for the buck?
If I may, Mr. Toby and Ms. Bowles, just to address your concerns, I hear your concerns about the fiscal responsibility that we have, and I take that probably very seriously as much as anybody in this room would take. The fact that right now we have an interim superintendent who is actually acting as interim superintendent, chief personnel officer, and deputy superintendent over academic services. That capacity, as talented as Ms. Vicentainer is, and she's doing a wonderful job balancing all of that, to add this is quite a lot. And when I say that, think about the vacancy savings we're experiencing right now, right? So the vacancy savings that we are experiencing right now, not filling the chief personnel officer and not filling that deputy assistant superintendent over academic service, would more than cover the $40,000 to $50,000 that we are talking about trying to, whether it's worth the investment or not into this firm. So just giving you that little nugget for thought.
Thank you for that, and I know that you are very diligent, Ms. Rodriguez, in what you do. Without sounding like I'm being very cold, it's really not the public's problem that we have an interim superintendent that's filling all three roles. Would it be better for us to be hiring a curriculum person right now? Sorry, that's too loud. Versus, you don't even have to answer that because I don't even know if I would want you to answer that right now, but just a thought. I know we're saving money, so does that mean that we can give a furlough day back? I think that those are things that are on people's minds that are not in the room. And yeah, I would like to think that those that made the decision, because it wasn't my decision to put Ms. Vicentainer in that position, that they thought that through. So I'll just leave it at that. I thank you for your presentation.
Clerk Profit.
So we just went through a process. To Mrs. Rooks's point, always advocate for in-house leadership and leadership development and using our own 100%. We just went through that process. We opened up the doors to see anyone within district who is interested in associate to the superintendent. We understand what that pool is. It was a very small pool. I still believe in leadership development from within. I think that's always the best, but I think we need to be very realistic. So there's just 2 points I want to highlight. Ms. Bissentainer, I'm just going to ask you, I know you have the capability, but like honestly, just answer, do you have the capacity to run this search with all that it entails, which I was on the board last time when we hired Dr. Summers. Do you have the capacity?
President Toby, Mrs. Proudfit, it would be very challenging. I mean, quite honestly, we have 2 new directors of human resources that we are very lucky to have, and we have new people stretching and stepping up in leadership. You know, thank you for recognizing Mrs. Piazza earlier this evening and the extra work she and her team are doing, as well as many others in this room. So I don't know that you would get the quality outcome that we really need.
We can still have a search firm give higher priority to Arizona candidates or in-district candidates. These are things that we can strategize. I don't believe we have the capacity in human resources to do this process with fidelity and expect that same person to be running the school district. I mean, running the school district alone is a massive job. The other thing that I want to bring up is I think we need to really understand the power dynamics of what we're doing right now. We are trying to make ourselves attractive to attract the best to want to be part of our organization. We're not doing someone a favor by having them here. The part of this process across the business world and everywhere else is we have to provide an attractive environment to attract them here. And I just want to remember that as we have these conversations. We're down 2 cabinet members. Like I said 100 times tonight, you guys are doing the work of 100 men. I mean, seriously, it's honestly kind of sad how hard you guys have been working and what you've been doing, and I think it is irresponsible, and I think that it is inappropriate of us to ask you to pull yet another miracle, and this is one thing that we absolutely cannot get wrong. But like I said, again, we need to remember that as we're going forth with this, which every organization, every headhunting thing, we can't blame Dr. Summers leaving on our headhunting firm. That's not what happened. And I don't believe that there is a way to do this without a firm. And to ask our employees to do that is just, our students will suffer at the end of the day. Also, you'll all probably lose your minds, and we'll end up losing all of you too. So I just think we need to be very realistic and approach this with some common sense. And I'm totally open to, I hear what you're saying about the last firm. If you want to use a different firm, I'm open to, Mrs. Rodriguez and Leslie exploring that and bringing us back the people that you feel like are the top contenders for that. But this is just something we absolutely cannot get wrong, but we also can't abuse our cabinet even more in this process.
Thank you, Clerk Proudfit, for that. So I would concur that we don't have the capacity, and we are, as Mrs. Rodriguez said, we are saving money by having these vacancies currently. I think well more than enough to pay for a search firm. And honestly, too, even if we did have the capacity and we paid a team to run a dedicated process, you'd probably rack up 40 to 60 grand in overtime because they're doing their additional full-time jobs. So I am in favor of using some type of professional firm. It doesn't even necessarily have to be education related. Now, I understand that comes maybe at a different cost as far as not going with an education firm. But like I said, I'm open-minded to it. I'm open-minded to a superintendent that doesn't have a PhD in education. I'm open-minded to education adjacent type of background. Like, I want a wider net. I want to cast that as wide as we can, so that way we as a board can have that involvement in vetting. You know, I would like to be a little bit more involved than maybe the board has been in the past when it comes to the actual selection and the search of the finalists. I think that's kind of what I was hearing, a little bit of what Mrs. Bowles was trying to get at as far as well, where did we learn, you know, X, Y, and Z? And we don't want to learn things in the ninth inning, right? We want to know them ahead of time. So I think that it's fine having an executive session. We can schedule that for our next meeting to have further discussions about prior issues so that we don't violate any executive meeting minutes. And then we can have further direction at the next meeting for the RFP process and things that might move forward. But I think the timeline is good. It allows a lot more runway for us to have some of these discussions. But no, thank you for the presentation. All right, moving on to 7.1, open call to the public at 9:55. I'm going to mess up this name again. I think she left already. Representative Creos? I don't believe she's here. I believe she ran out. Sierra Rodriguez. And if you are here and you're in the back somewhere, I will put you back in the stack. Laura T.
Janelle Bowles, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be fact-checked. So I did. You told us 5.7 million students are sexually abused by teachers in public schools every year because Bush and Obama said so. Obama left office without leaving us some mysterious 5.7 million teacher sexual abuse statistic to hand over at board meetings. As for Bush, I found a real 5.7 million figure from that era. One problem. It wasn't about teacher sexual abuse, it was about bullying. You cannot take a bullying statistic, label it teacher sexual abuse, and call it evidence. That's giving an old number a political makeover. Then came 9.7 million. You said it came from a Yale author. I searched for the author, the study, and Yale so long, I thought they were going to send me a tuition bill. Nothing. I did find the Shake Shaft research commissioned by U.S. Department of Education, but here's the important part. The roughly 10% estimate refers to students experiencing some form of educator sexual misconduct over the course of their school years, not every year. It is cumulative school career estimate, not an annual statistic. The report reviewed research from the United States, Canada, and United Kingdom. And just for fun, I asked Google, does Janelle Bowles tell the truth about 5.7 or 9.7 million children being abused in public schools? And the answer came. Her 5.7 or 9.7 figures dramatically distort the underlying academic data, making her claim false. Even Google wasn't buying it. The reality is that federal data for 2017, 2018, recorded 13,114 incidents of sexual assault in public schools, not millions of teacher sexual abuse cases. So you cannot take 5.1 million bullied students, turn them into 9.7 million sexually abused students, take a cumulative estimate from multiple countries, and turn it into an annual statistic to scare POSD families into thinking they need to homeschool. You cannot mash together different studies, definitions, countries, and timeframes and present the results as established facts. Have you considered the consequences of posting a claim that 9.7 million children are sexually abused annually in public schools and attached to a Peoria Police Department picture, as was done in your podcast? The image gives the claim an appearance of authority. Unsupported claims can convince people the system, which is district, police, law enforcement, is protecting abusers, and dangerously, Janelle, can lead someone to believe taking matters into their own hand is justified. In the real world, recalls should be meaningful and realistic, not something so impossible that it feels like 5.7 million signatures are required to remove bad acting board members who take advantage of the system and remain insulated from meaningful consequences.
Thank you for your public comment.
Bringing your fiction to Peoria.
Next public comment comes
Mr.
from
President
Martin.
Toby, if I may, I want to address that.
After we go through public comment, we will have time to readdress anything. Any time that we're named, we have that ability to do so, but it's going to be after the public comment. The time now belongs to Martin Quesada.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm Martin Quesada, Attorney and Civil Rights Director for the Council on Islamic Relations, Arizona, and I am a Centennial High School alumnus. Since I last appeared before this board, CARE Arizona has engaged in good faith conversations and meetings with your district office and individual members of this board, so I want to thank you for that. We appreciate those opportunities and we intend to continue that collaboration. But since we last appeared before this board, Board Member Bowles has doubled down on her social media campaign of hatred toward the Islamic community that she serves. She posted content of a video of a Texas woman disrupting a Day at the Capitol event, screaming that she stands against Islam. She has amplified content accusing Muslims of being criminals. She has shared content asking whether Americans are willing to fight a civil war to stop an Islamist takeover. And she has shared Senate testimony that characterizes CARE, the organization that has been engaging with the district in good faith, as a terrorist organization. So I want to be precise about that last one. As CARE's attorney, I can tell you that there is absolutely no factual, legal, or moral basis for that claim whatsoever, which is why CARE operates as a fully legal and fully American nonprofit organization before you today. Board Member Bowles shared that claim on social media, and then she made that same defamatory characterization from this very dais on the record. Here is what this pattern is telling us. Board Member Bowles was put on notice in June. She received our letter that I sent to all of you. She heard from this community who came to testify. She met with none of us, and her response was to defend every post from that dais and then double down and post more content with more frequency and with more extremism. That is not a mistake. That is not a faith statement. That is a campaign. And disappointingly, this board has said nothing to put her in her place. Muslim children in this district are watching a board member escalate her public campaign against their faith, their families, and their civil rights organization, and they are watching this board sit in silence. That silence is a message, and we are here to make sure you understand what that message is sending. The asks that we made in our June 15th letter to you remain on the table, and as of yet, they remain unanswered. So let me remind you again, Board Member Bowles should resign. If she will not, this board must censure her formally, publicly, and on the record. We are grateful for the conversations we have had with your administration. We intend to continue them, but administrative cooperation does not and cannot substitute for board leadership. You are the elected officials. You set the values of the district. I ask you to follow your own advice. Stop the chaos, stop the social media commentary. Right now, the loudest signal this board is sending to Muslim families is silence. And members, that silence is deafening.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Casala. Next public comment comes from Emily Sater.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, community, cabinet. First, I want to uplift something that's very heartwarming to me, something positive that makes Peoria a great school district. Yesterday on the ride home, I don't even know how we started talking about it, but my daughters mentioned the crossing guards. And if you are a community member at Apache, you know our crossing guards are amazing. Mr. Schoolcraft's out in the lobby, he can attest to that, but as we were driving home, my older daughter said that when she went to go say hi to her teachers from last year, because she's not at the high school, which also is a testament to our amazing teachers, the crossing guard, I think his name is Manuel, asked her like, hey, how's high school going? How are you doing? He also asked about the lunch staff because he also worked in the cafeteria during lunchtime. And so just, I don't know, it was something that he didn't have to do. And I think we often focus on teachers, quite rightly, as being amazing, but also our crossing guards, our school lunch cafeteria staff, they make Peoria great. So just wanted to start that off on a positive note. Also, I want to talk more broadly about the DI policy. I know it was discussed in length in the prior, I think, the ELA agenda item. Last fall, you probably recall me being here speaking out against it. I stand by what I said then. I do think it's a bad policy. It's harmful. It's poorly written, poorly articulated, unclear, and we definitely should. I'm asking you to revise it, look at it again, repeal it, because it's not necessary anymore. I remember distinctly that one of the reasons why it was adopted was because the executive order, which is now not an issue anymore. So we are not in jeopardy of losing federal funding, but we are in jeopardy of harming children. We're in jeopardy of not allowing our staff to go to conferences, professional development, that maybe they have a DEI statement. We can't use vendors that have a DEI statement. So our students are at a disadvantage now. We're not maybe having curriculum, books, and it is a slippery slope. You know, apparently the books presented were not part of the DEI, why those books were taken off the curriculum. But I'm going to share, I read a book many years ago, an autobiography by Tara Westover. I don't know if you've read it, it's called Educated. She was homeschooled, and her parents did not teach her about the Holocaust. And so she went to college, and she had no idea. And her classmates were horrified. Not saying that that's what's going to happen tomorrow in Peoria, but if we start to take books out of the library, out of the curriculum, it's a possibility. Like at this point, with how the world's going, nothing's going to surprise me. So definitely, if you want to engage in conversation, I'm happy to hear that, Clerk Proudfit, you want to have people come and talk, and I will sign up. Just let me know when and where.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Jennifer C.
Good evening again. I want to follow up on something that was said during the last conversation about the way this all was rolled out, because our team did a really good job. Our state legislator took a long time to pass our budget, which then took a long time for us to be able to make our budget and build it, which then made it harder for us to be able to vote to pass and approve curriculum, which then put Amplify in a crunch to get it to us by the first day of school. This has happened to us every time we've adopted a new curriculum. Science came late. Math, I think, came in almost the end of September when we got that one. This is the process. The system is not fluid. And I think our administrators and the different teachers and whatnot that gave up of their time and their day and were running around carrying carts of materials around our campuses deserve a shout out for getting it to us, and then had a training on Wednesday to utilize it. Met with our readings and a specialist, I can't remember the new titles, they're all changing. Our reading interventionist checked in with us, and we are implementing it in the classroom. Not necessarily the stuff that we talked about for older grades, but the younger grades were able to do the skills and the knowledge. Nursery rhymes are happening, kids are having fun, they are learning, they are engaging. And so I want to give props to our district that made that happen. Those materials were sitting out in that office for 60 days. I went and read them. I noticed that Wit and Wisdom had Hatchet at 2 years younger than my 6th grade students that are getting it in this district. And so there was ample opportunity for every single board member to read the curriculum and see what was there. But shout out to our awesome staff that made this happen. And while I understand that the policy that kind of informed this was the 5-204, which I believe is state policy, I do want you guys to reconsider your DEI policy. I'm asking you to put it on the agenda and to reconsider it, and how it can be changed so that it is not based on political idealization. This is a neutral, this is supposed to be a bipartisan board, and our policy should reflect that, and they should represent every student on our campus. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Natalie Sticht.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, the cabinet, and the Peoria community. My name is Natalie Sticht. I'm the mom to 4 boys in the district. My husband is recently a retired SWAT sniper, and he's also a school liaison officer for many of our Peoria schools. I was also the 4th candidate for the upcoming elections this November for the Peoria Unified School District School Board. Upon turning in my required signatures, they were challenged by a few people whom I've never met. A lawsuit was filed against me. I attended the pretrial specifically stating I do not wish to withdraw as I disagree with a number of the challenges. I was then told by the plaintiff's attorney that if this case went to court the next day, he would seek legal fees from me. I ultimately did fall short by 9 signatures, not 87. But I did want to share a little bit about the community in which my husband and I attained most of our signatures from. I teach a class called Kid Biz Builder. It teaches entrepreneurial skills to students in grades 5 through 8. I teach it in public schools, homeschools, and online. We also hold kid markets a couple times a year in our Peoria community. One student last spring said, Miss Natalie, she stopped me in the halls, did I ever tell you how I did at the market? And I was like, what? And she's like, I made $500. A student's idea on paper came to fruition, and I have many stories like that, including the t-shirt that I'm wearing. In January of 2025, my husband and I and 3 other Peoria families started a nonprofit. It's a youth tackle football program. We saw a desire in our community to raise up local champions, not recruit from Chandler and Mesa and Gilbert. And one parent said, this community of boys is the prayers we've been asking, and who knows, maybe he'll learn the sport along the way. And since we started, we've served over 200 families. I've had the honor of serving on my school's PTSO board for the past 4 years, 3 of which I was the president. My greatest accomplishment was when we implemented our community walk run fundraiser. A teacher shared with us last year as we were doing our events, doing our walk run on a Saturday, a gentleman was pushing his stroller and said, what is all of this? When she proceeded to tell him what it was, he goes, we just moved here. It looks like we moved into the right neighborhood. I take full responsibility for not verifying each and every signature for the validity, but what saddens me the most is that the decision of just a few people, again, who I've never met, stripped away the opportunity for the community to have a say. To those few individuals, I invite you to a conversation over coffee, my treat. And I'll end with this. Our schools are the heartbeat of our community. You can feel it on Meet the Teacher the first week of school, and with upcoming football games on a Friday night where you can hear the marching band from your front porch. As a community, we have a responsibility to create and to build, not to tear down and destroy. Imagine a future election where more people want to serve, not because they believe everything is broken, but because they see something worth building upon. That's the kind of community I think we all want to be a part of. Shout out to everyone watching online, all of my friends staying for the last 4 hours, mom and dad in Colorado. Love you guys.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Jean Castine.
Good evening, Governing Board, members of Cabinet, everybody who's here. I just wanted to talk a little bit about listening. I've decided that it's important for people who come to these meetings, especially those who don't come all the time, to maybe have a little bit of a history lesson and to get a breakdown of some of the things that go on in these meetings. I want to start to talk a little bit about the last meeting that was here. There was a couple of staff approvals that needed to take place, including the new principal of Centennial, and there was no listening. There were so many people who came here to speak about the trauma at Centennial and to speak about their personal connection with Schoolcraft, which is like a great name for a principal, right? Like, you know, and to talk about how much the district and how much the school needed healing. And the very first thing that Board Member Rooks did was talk about herself and about the allegations, and she said things like, all the kids knew, everyone knew. I never trust when people speak in absolutes like that, because that's not what happened. If that was the case, then everybody in Peoria Unified should be fired, right? And then you talk about how you saw it on TikTok. I just want you to know that the internet is not a real place. I also heard Ms. Bowles talk about how she hates the internet so much and she hates social media so much. It's so hard, you said, and you hate it. But again, you're the one that's putting these things out onto your social media. You don't have to do that. at all. You don't have to go on private podcasts that are monetized for some reason. Like, you can't even listen to them. There was one recorded today by one of the little influencers who was sitting here, right? And she had a podcast. She went on a podcast to disparage the district once again and to make accusations and call people like pedo protectors and things like that, which is incredibly hurtful. So you don't have to go on social media. You don't have to go on podcasts. Your best friends, your one black friend that you have, like, does not have to, like, listen to what you have to say. And you don't have to talk to her. It's okay. You don't have to do that. You know, and then there was another agenda item too, or during public comments, there were a lot of people that were talking and really just begging you. It happened tonight too. Consider our point of view, please. And I see so little of that. In fact, I see you looking at your phone almost every time that the public is speaking. You show so little respect. People told you to stop dividing and disparaging. Remember our shared humanity. Support parental rights. Collaborate and stop blaming people. And use preventative curriculum like Bloom 365, but instead, all you did was take notes and give those notes. So perhaps just try some active listening. There are people here hungry to share their ideas with you, and they're giving you opportunities left and right. You're not taking them. Just listen to people. Remember their humanity. It's not hard.
Next public comment comes from Audrey Beninati. Audrey. No? Next public comment comes from Kate.
Good evening again, President Toby, members of the board, cabinet, and community members. I'm actually here to ask for clarification on some comments that have been made by board members in previous meetings. President Toby, in your comments during the July 16th governing board meeting regarding the review and updating of school safety processes, you mentioned that even bathroom safety had been reviewed, quote, as far as dividing by sex, end quote. I was wondering if you could please clarify for me what you meant by that. Were there safety concerns occurring in school bathrooms that we were unaware of? And also, what does the phrase as far as dividing by sex mean? If you could clarify that. And lastly, how has student safety improved since the implementation of the new bathroom safety policies? So any information and clarification you could provide would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Also, Ms. Bowles, during the June 23rd board meeting, in defense of your social media posts, you stated that you do not discriminate against anybody and that you, quote, respect others, end quote. So I was wondering if you could clarify what you meant by that. Because the way you responded to the Muslim youth that spoke up at the June 9th board meeting did not seem respectful. You did not even acknowledge that your anti-Islamic comments had been hurtful. When you said Islam is not a religion, that didn't sound respectful. It was an attack on another person's faith. And when you called the Muslim civil rights organization CARE a terrorist organization, that did not sound like respect. It sounded like fear-mongering. When you call queer people groomers and pedophiles without any evidence of wrongdoing, that's not respect, that's hate speech. Who are these others that you respect? And what does the word respect actually mean to you? I would appreciate your clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Final public comment comes from Trina Burke.
I was really honestly not expecting it to go this late for this. I want to address a couple of things, and I'm actually glad that in the opening comments, President Toby, you mentioned that you're going to, that we're going to look at the calendar again, because I have to tell you, that was a very long, rough week, starting on a Monday. It's something, this is not something we've done, it's not something we do, and it was rough, and it would be really great if we can go back and look at this again, because that was probably not the best. And if my high schoolers were struggling, I can't imagine what the 5-year-olds were thinking and feeling and doing by Thursday afternoon. So I appreciate that. That was one of the things I was going to ask. I also haven't done this in a while, but I'm once again inviting all the board members and whoever wants to come into my classroom. I have an extra section, so I'm almost always in there and always teaching, and we're getting ready to jump right into the big bang again tomorrow. So you're welcome at any point, especially since we continuously seem to want to say that all these things are happening in classrooms. We want to blame unions for all these things. Come on in. I'm an open book. You can come in whenever. I don't even need to know that you're coming. But I want to go back to what was discussed earlier today. I don't know how, like I said, I understand if we move things because of readability levels, appropriateness, whatever. Honestly, dead bodies in a book is not new in elementary school. Hatchet, Bridge to Terabithia, this is not new. Charlotte's Web, I know it's animals, but it's death. And it's something that our kids all deal with. So I don't think that's like, that by itself is not a good excuse, period. But when the email came out, it's been reported that our new ELA curriculum under scrutiny by students, parents, community members, and staff, that our curriculum has not been given out to the teachers. The real issue is that the board voted to use this curriculum and the online course was going to be monitored by the DAC admin. Reports of swearing, sexual content, LGBTQ, and DEI are in the online courses being given to students, and this is only the second day of school. Which, I mean, seeing is not even every kid had a computer on the second day of school. That's amazing. And we don't have our stuff yet. So when those are the words that are sent to the district and the words that are now out in the community, I don't know what else you expect us to think other than this is a DEI response. I understand when you look in the PowerPoint, it doesn't show that. But now, because that is the perception, maybe something we need to do is very intentionally find authors and put it in the curriculum, authors, more current, recent authors that are people of color. Let's make sure we're diversifying our reading selections that our students have. Also, I understand that Frederick Douglass is taught in the history lessons, but I can tell you historical facts and learning about a person that way is not the same thing as reading their words in a literature context. It is not the same, and they should be doing it both. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Now, as practice, obviously, if a board member is mentioned, they have the ability to redress. I will just remind board members of the time for one, and two, we are rolling right into board comments. So if, with the board's consent, if we can just roll to 8.1, if you would like to respond to those comments, you can do so.
Yes, I have it written down, so I'll be quick.
Okay. All right, moving on to 8.1. Start off with Mr. Brooks.
Oh.
We're rolling right into or to board comment anyway, so.
So I can bring it up, what was mentioned then? Okay. So with regards with the, it was mentioned at the previous meeting where the board voted to hire Mr. Schoolcraft. It was mentioned that I only talked about me, and I believe that to be false. I actually was asking direct questions related to the hiring process when we are currently in a police criminal investigation. I don't see what's wrong with asking that question of a person who was in the original police report. And I was also focusing on the students. With the whole context of everybody knew, that was actually quoted from the police report. There's 200 pages on student interviews. The students were interviewed by the police, and those were their words that they were saying. So maybe instead of cherry picking what I say, maybe actually read the police report. On the part of mentioning, there was mentioning of, I don't know if it was directed at me and Mrs. Bowles, of our one black friend. To me, that stating that is actually kind of racist. Shared humanity, I know, was brought up as well. That's interesting coming from a woman who wrote an article about having a red wedding in this boardroom when people were in this room. I don't see that as humanity. I would never wish death on anybody. So now that I've addressed that, I did want to say welcome back to students, staff, and families with this last school week. I am looking forward to hopefully touring schools this year, and that was going to be a request that I make at the end of the meeting, is having more of a calendar style so that board members are aware of the things that are going on. It definitely would have been nice to know of the Cactus High School news segment that was this morning. I know President Toby and Mrs. Proudfit were there, but it would have been nice if all the board members would have been made aware of that so we could all see the great thing that is happening at Cactus High School. I know I drop my son off there in the mornings, and it's really great to see all of the students going there. And I was going to say thank you to Mrs. Hammer, principal, because she's out there directing traffic and helping with that in the morning. So, and I'll just end really quickly because it's late. If anybody wants to tune in, there was a Mike Broomhead radio show segment. I did go on and speak about the Centennial High School investigation, and I think it's important to discuss those important topics on protecting students and mandatory reporting. And I look forward to another segment, hopefully soon, with President Toby and Becky Proudfit, as they invited me for all of us to do it together. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Toby. So I'll try to keep this brief. But I was out at, and Ms. Proudfit and I were able to go over there. I invited her when I was going over, but I was able to get over to the Met to see the expansion of what they're doing at the Met Academy. And let me just tell you, it was really, really exciting. It's absolutely like the Met, in terms of what it is now, what it was before, the vision that they have going forward is absolutely amazing. I know we are going to have Miss Airy is going to do a ribbon cutting once they get it fully all set up with all the furniture and so forth, but it was really exciting. And my most favorite part of it was that Mrs. Curry, Kirsten Curry over there, was saying how when they had the opportunity to expand the space, that they did go out to the business partners who frequently work with our students, and they said, how can we make our space much more innovative for students and much more effective learning? So how cool is that we're welcoming business partners in to say, how can we create a even more creative and innovative and more engaging learning environment? They asked that of engineers, they asked that of businesses, they asked that of students, and they came up with some really, really great things that can engage our community. Just to, and you have to keep in mind that the Med Academy, it's not just work-based learning, it is actually profession-based work experience. That's a profession-based work learning environment. And it's absolutely amazing. So I was super excited about that. And part of that was also, I spent some time this week going to both the Glendale Chamber and Peoria Chamber, talking to lots of businesses about all of the different ways that they can engage our students, how our students can learn from them, and how we can create an even broader community. And it's just so exciting. I should probably send some more businesses your way with your kids' biz group. But it's just super exciting. Welcome back, everyone. And I'm super excited to go out to the other schools to see all the new, innovative, creative learning environments that they've created for our families and students. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you, President Toby. Again, welcome back, students, staff. Looking forward to seeing some things, honestly, that were brand new in our district and brand new in our state. The first thing that comes to mind is our program at Cactus High School. And Ms. Hammer is the best person I can think of for the job. She's a spitfire and a hard worker. And so thank you, Ms. Hammer, and all of her staff. So to address, hopefully in order, Ms. Depison, 5.7 million children annually are violated in our public schools every year. The 9.7 did come from Yale. I'm sorry you use Google. Maybe you need to use a different source. AI will lie to you, especially when it comes to political things. It has to me. And I said, that's a lie. And I got back, oh, thank you for catching that. I don't know what platform you're using, but I will also say Linda E. McMahon is our education head in our nation, and she also quoted, I didn't call her and give her that, 5.7 million children are abused annually, sexually violated in our public schools annually. I didn't just pull those figures out of nowhere. So I don't know where your claims are coming from, and I wouldn't do that. We should all be appalled at those numbers, not be fighting over, is it 100, is it 2, it doesn't matter. That's a number I can't wrap my brain around. I can tell you that's more than 6 Arizonas, because we got about 1 million kids in our state that go to public school. So actually the 9.7 is way higher than that. I didn't just pull that out. So, and then the comment also, Ms. Ricks brought it up already, but one black friend, the word I was not looking for was racist. I was actually thinking asinine, because I am offended by that. So I'll leave that alone, because that speaks for itself. Also about the red wedding thing that Ms. Ricks brought up, and comments in your own newspaper of letting students read pornography, because at least they're reading. And then June 23rd, the respect others was brought up, and why I didn't respond to the young people in the room. First of all, I was sitting here and thinking, wow, this is really amazing. We got three rows of young people. I didn't know where they came from. And if you remember, I said to the students in the room, because I wasn't going to talk to the adults in the room, I said, you can get a hold of me in my email. My email's on the website. I'll sit with you. I'll talk to you over the phone. I'll make time. They're important. They're important to me. Next generation is important to me. But I didn't get one email. I'm not sure that was really why they were here. But I didn't get one email. I still have not gotten an email. The email that was brought up about the my email, that I sent to Ms. Vicentainer and to our staff, it was not a public email. It became public because, as I said earlier, in light year speed, somehow they got a public records request within a couple days. That has never happened in any public record request of any person that I know that's ever asked in this district, or any other for that matter. So that was like, wow, okay, that's fine. It's my email. I will own that. But I did follow the process. If that's not what we're supposed to do, if we want us to investigate, because that was also brought up by somebody in the room, that I was too lazy to investigate, I have no problem investigating. I just wanted to follow the chain of command and have a phone call with Ms. Vicentainer, which I did, and give them that opportunity and be professional. And then going back to the CARE organization, you missed the statement that I made in the next board meeting because you weren't here, but I don't have it in front of me, but I'm going to read what I do have. I want to be clear about the recent social media posts that generated this discussion. The post I shared was related to my Christian faith and my belief in Jesus Christ. As an American, I have the constitutional right to express my religious beliefs and exercise my freedom of speech, just as others have the right to do the same. Sharing content about my faith does not mean that I harbor prejudice toward anyone. I respect the dignity and worth of every person, regardless of their religion, race, background, ethnicity. Throughout my service as a school board member, my focus has always been on ensuring that every student is safe and respected and given the opportunity to succeed. I would never discriminate against any child. My responsibility is to serve all students and families in our district fairly and equally, and I remain committed to protecting every child entrusted to our schools. We can uphold both religious We can uphold both religious liberty and respect for others at the same time. Our community is strongest when we defend the constitutional rights of all people while treating one another with kindness, dignity, and respect. My commitment remains the same: to serve students, support families, and protect the well-being of every child in our district. In addition to that, we do have two states, Texas and Florida, that do say CARE is a terrorist group. And we've made a statement even in our own state. So what was referenced in the boardroom, I think it was brought up, was a boardroom in Texas. And a board member walked out because he said, look, you're not following our governor's law on books. You're not following that. And I'm walking out. So I'll leave that there. Thanks.
Clerk Proudfoot.
Many exciting things have been happening across the district, so I'll just highlight the past couple that I've been able to personally attend. One thing I wanted to talk about first, I was actually able to attend an event with Mrs. Ewing with the Peoria Chamber of Commerce at Acura Peoria. They are under new ownership, but the reason I wanted to highlight that is they're actually looking to partner with the school district, so Ms. Ewing and I were there to plug into that. But for the teachers out there, they are doing a program where if you have a car from them that's a Honda or an Acura, they will service it while you're at school, and they will come to the school, pick up your car, service it, and bring it back to you. So you never have to spend your Saturday at a car dealership. I thought that was really cool, but I think it's a really great example of our community support of our school district, and we're looking forward to plugging them into our business marketing community. I was able to go to maybe one of my favorite events every year. It's the Centennial High School. Their football team does a fundraiser. It's a power lift night. It is so fun. It is such a great event, and it's just the energy there and watching them rev up for their season. It really is. The vibes are really good. You should all look to going next year. I was able to attend Meet the Teacher, not at my child's school. I actually went to Paseo Verde to help out a friend. So I was able to run the PUPC table that night so she could go around and do her Meet the Teacher with her kids. But it was great to get to meet some of our Paseo Verde families and teachers and be able to be in that community. Like Ms. Ewing said, we were able to go to the Met. The Met has always been incredible, but particularly the med sciences. It is the transformation of Old Main. It's going to reach its full potential with that program. It is such an incredible program, and like she mentioned, Councilman Bullock is working to bring in more businesses, more mentorships, to just provide that runway for the students in Met. It's absolutely incredible, and we'll have more information because they have some great events coming up. I was able to go to the PUPC opening social at Chicken and Pickle, which was, if you're not a member of PUPC, become a member of PUPC. It's so great to be there. And Miss Airy had a birthday this week, but she still came on Sunday, the night she was having her birthday dinner with her son. And it's a great time to speak to parents from all over the district, all walks of life. We have great conversations. And so I just really encourage every community member to become involved in PUPC. I invited myself to the opening assembly, as I invite myself everywhere, to the opening assembly for Peoria Pathways. Peoria Pathways has been a place over the summer I've spent some time because we're so excited about it, but also because Ms. Jacobson and her team have absolutely transformed Pioneer, and it's mind-blowing what they've been able to accomplish, and it's a really beautiful legacy to Pioneer and what's happening there. One kind of plug I wanted to put in, the SOAR program is going there. So before the building was even officially open, before the furniture was all in, we had 2 students graduate in 1 week, get their high school diplomas at the SOAR Center, and that was before the doors even opened. And so the potential of what this can bring to the community and just the amazing amount of work, I swear, every time I went there, and I know you went there quite a few times too, President Toby, every time I went, I was just amazed at how much more they got done. So had to be there for that opening assembly. They have a great lounge there called Hemingway's Hideaway. It's just stunning. And so very, very excited for Peoria Pathways. And then finally, I just wanted to address something that's kind of been mentioned a few times, the hiring of a PR firm. So President Toby and myself decided with our own money, not taxpayer dollars, with our own money to seek some guidance from a PR firm to, again, lend a hand to the district and to be able to support the work that's happening here. The interview that you referenced at Cactus was arranged by that firm. We've been able to do several stories highlighting the amazing things that are happening in our district. We just wanted to have a greater voice in the community, and we've been coordinating with Miss Airy. We have a bunch more stories planned, and we just really felt like it would be beneficial to our community at large, to the city of Peoria, to continue to get the good news out there about Peoria as we, like you say, always continue to work on being better. But I just wanted to clear that up in case anyone was wondering. It's all being paid for by us. And yeah, so we're very excited. And if anyone has any interest stories or good news happening, we would love to hear about it, to be able to share it with our community. Thank you.
Clerk Proudfoot, if I may, I was addressing the district hired a national PR person, not your PR person, just for the record.
Thank you for that. Being mindful of the time, I can't really go above and beyond what my fellow board members have already said. I took part in pretty much almost everything that we've done. I'm excited for a positive year. I will say one thing, shout out to Centennial High School, where I spent my first day of school, watching the kids come on campus, talking to the teachers, passing out candy. Of course, it was approved by the nutrition program. Okay, it was, but spirits were high. Spirits were really high and positive. And with over 600 incoming freshmen, Mr. Schoolcraft, you have your work cut out, sir, but you're managing it very well. Also went to senior night, and the speakers weren't working, but we figured that out pretty shortly. So I will just say there's a positivity on Centennial that they're just tired. They're tired of this negative, and that's part of why I think Mrs. Proudfoot and I decided, we need to highlight some of the good stuff that is coming out of our district, because there's so much good stuff happening. I was just talking to Mrs. Balthus in the office earlier today, and she was just checking in, seeing how things were going, and it's like there's so many good things that are happening in our district that a lot of it's getting drowned out by the negativity and the chaos that Mrs. Proudfoot was talking about earlier. So as far as the why behind it, that's exactly why. That's exactly why. So thank you again to Cabinet for first couple weeks, and we'll go ahead and turn it over to Mrs. Vicentainer, 8.2, Superintendent comment.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. I will summarize what is a page and a half of comments, but really, we just really wanted to showcase and highlight some amazing things that happened this week and during the year. So first of all, Peoria Unified launched the Project Citizen Showcase to provide students opportunity to explore public policy conduct research and make recommendations to address an issue in their community. The winning showcase came from Sunset Heights, who advanced to the state showcase and to the national showcase. A few weeks ago, we received word that they received a superior rating, the highest rating a team can achieve for their project that was titled Heat-Related Deaths on Hikes, aiming to address solutions to support the safety of hikers during Arizona's extreme heat. The students involved in this project were Aubrey Freewald, Grayson Horton, Savannah Howie, Tristan Olson, and Logan Wagner Corona. So we want to congratulate them on their amazing achievement. And then we also wanted to highlight our transportation team. They're putting that many buses on the road and dealing with all the traffic and all the things that happen at the beginning of the school year. We were excited that we had so many positive feedback. We had a Liberty parent contacted us about a concern, and they said they received a response right away. We're very pleased with that. Another parent received praised a driver who helped locate their daughter's phone after it was left on the bus, and helping relieve some additional stress there. So we're just really, want to thank our transportation, our bus drivers for all the amazing work, as well as the bus aides and Tommy and his team for their leadership. Finally, we acknowledge the challenges we've had with the extreme heat. I was thinking about it, like if we pushed our start date back to September, I think the degrees are still in the hundreds, but it was an extreme week. And so we had several challenges with that, and we want to thank our parents and the community for their support. And also acknowledging our opportunities to learn and make sure our communication is clear and that we're addressing concerns as they come up. So we'll continue to support our schools, and hopefully that we will not have any more chiller issues going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Appreciate the updates. Moving on to section 9, consent agenda. Before we motion for approval, is there any items that are wish to be pulled from consent? Okay, hearing none, seeing none, just need a motion, please.
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion by Mrs. Rook, second by Mrs. Bowles.
President Toby, I don't know if it's not popping up and there's some red screen at the bottom. It says time has elapsed.
Try clicking the button on the top right, it says show voting, see if it pops up for you.
Okay.
Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Section 10 items removed. We didn't have any. Moving on to section 11, addressing the, I think this was a little bit backwards here. I guess we're going to address the actual action items. So 11.1, address the agenda. Mrs. Cuthbert, I see that this one has already been acted on. Yeah, for 11.1.
So on item 10, items removed consent, we did that. And then address the agenda. So we took care of the consent agenda. Now we're voting on whether or not.
Approve the action of
the whole agenda.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so we went ahead and approved the consent agenda. So let's go ahead and can we take a voice vote to approve the agenda for the action items? Would be the Mrs. Vicentainer? Would that be the proper course of action?
I can send it to you for a digital vote also. That is a capability on here. It does have the capability to do a virtual or an online vote as well, whichever you would prefer me to do.
Yeah, would it be all of the agenda item, like the action items in one vote, or are we just voting to approve that the agenda? Because normally that is at the beginning.
Yeah, normally this is at the very beginning. So obviously with our new system, we're working out the kinks as well as the scope and sequence of our agenda. So
it would just be if you wanted to table an item, you could make that mention at this time on the remaining action items.
I'm just going to move to approve the agenda as presented.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Clerk Proudfoot, second by Mrs. Rooks.
Azure, is this going to show up twice as we approve the agenda twice?
No, they're considered separate items.
Okay.
Okay, 5 yeas, motion carries. Thank you, board members, as we work out the kinks of our new system. Moving on to section 12.1, the personnel matter for Mr. Jason Hayslip. Mrs. Vicentainer.
Thank you, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, and members of the governing board. This evening, we are recommending the non-renewal of teacher Jason Hayslip, who was teaching at Peoria High School. During his employment, he exhibited unprofessional conduct and behavior that was found to be rise to the level of sexual harassment of both students and coworkers. So based on that finding, we have made the recommendation to non-renew him. As the reason why we're doing a non-renewal as opposed to a statement of charges is that Mr. Hayslip is under 3 years of employment, and so he was not issued a contract for the 26-27 school year. So what we're doing is essentially ending his employment effective the end of last school year, and he has been reported to the ADE. It has essentially the same impact as termination of employment. So we move forward with it. That's why we're making this recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. There are no public comment on this item. Any board member comments or questions?
I just want to clarify for the community that this is the maximum action we can take against this employee.
President Toby, Mrs. Proudfit, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Hearing none, seeing none, just need a motion.
I will move to non-renew Peoria Unified School District employee Jason Hayslip pursuant to ARS 15-536.
I will second.
Okay. All right, we'll make that with Mrs. Bowles. So motion by Mrs. Ewing, second by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, if you could cast your votes. Okay, motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to section 12.2, supplemental materials. Ms. Piazza.
Good evening again, President Toby, members of the board, Superintendent, Visitator, Cabinet, and guests. Tonight we bring forward for your consideration approval of the supplemental text Land of Hope for high school United States history classes. Just waiting a moment for that presentation. Here's the presentation. Oh my goodness.
Mrs. Piazza, do you remember the name of the presentation?
Supplemental text. It was probably SSLOH.
Land of Hope.
I can talk to it. How about I talk? That means I don't
Carry
use a
on.
clicker, drop a binder, pretty good. So tonight, I will briefly take you through an overview, next steps, and a recommendation. Pending governing board decision, what steps will follow the approval for those next steps. So taking a moment to define what supplemental materials are. In accordance with governing board policy 5-207 and Arizona Revised Statute 15722, which is our textbook adoption, supplemental can be defined as instructional materials used to supplement, extend, enrich, support, or provide additional perspectives beyond the primary or basic text of course. Instructional materials are also considered supplemental that may be used in addition to a primary source. One note, supplementals for high school AP English courses were approved this past summer and serve the same purpose. Yeah, you get to just listen to me read slides. That's awesome. So a little background specific to the grant. So Peoria Unified was selected as the recipient of the Excellence in Civics Education School District Grant Program for the 26-27 school year by the Goldwater Institute. Under the grant program, participating districts and schools are eligible to receive hardback copies of The Land of Hope for all students enrolled in high school U.S. history, pending governing board approval of The Land of Hope as an adopted supplemental textbook, along with the program's additional grant-funded resources and supports, which we'll talk at a later date. Today's focus is on the approval of the text. The district completed the required 60-day public review and comment period for supplemental materials and later reopened and extended that window to accommodate the temporary closure of the District Administration Center and with the transition between 4 to the 5-day work week. Award of this would be for a class set, so for 40 books for every high school teacher at the selected district taking U.S. history, which is a new hardback edition. So this text by Wilford McClay is a narrative history of the United States that tells the story of America from its colonial beginnings to modern era. The book was written for students and general readers presenting major events, people, challenges, and achievements in a clear way. It aims to provide an honest but hopeful view of the American history. That is the description that's on the back of the book. In regards to feedback, which is part of the 60-day review process, we can collect feedback again through our textbook adoption website, through the email address, through the online forms, and as well as in person. The book was available both digitally and in print in the district's central lobby area. We did receive no feedback from the online form and 0 from print within the window. We did receive 2 pieces of feedback via email, the adoption email account, prior to the opening of the review period. So next steps, so following the outcome of governing board consideration, we would do that page-by-page turn that we've done with our previous materials. We would update the Arizona U.S. history scope and sequence to include where the supplemental falls in line with our core text. We would look to provide each AZ U.S. history a classroom set of books, and we would provide currently enrolled students in AZ U.S. history access to the digital text. So with that, we move, the recommendation would be to move to approve the high school supplemental social studies text for the high school United States history encounter books, Land of Hope, An Invitation to the Great American Story as presented. And budget consideration, as a grant funded, there is no cost to the district. And with that is the big blue slide that says, I stand for questions. And any public comment.
Did our computers just go down?
Thank you, Mrs. Piazza. We do have 2 public comments, and I do want to recognize our member from Goldwater here, Mr. Weinberg, so I appreciate you being here so late. But first public comment comes from Kate.
Good evening again. Once again, I want to speak about this Land of Hope textbook that's being considered tonight. Along with its grant-funded resources and support, it does not meet the threshold of academic rigor that Peoria Unified students deserve. This textbook, as was mentioned, was written by Wilfred M. McClay of Hillsdale College and presents a history of the United States that ignores the stories of individuals and communities that were massacred, enslaved, and abused by our developing nation. Our students deserve an accurate telling of our history that includes the ideals the Founding Fathers set out to attain, as well as the truth of how they fell short in many ways. Our young people have the right to be told the full story of American history. They have the capacity to comprehend that no individual or nation is only one thing, that we are all a collection of love and sacrifice, as well as selfishness and greed. Accuracy about the history of our nation can help us own up to our own wrongdoings and encourage us to strive to do better every day. On the other hand, whitewashing our history sets an example that it is acceptable to pretend we have never done wrong, that we do not have to be accountable for our actions, and that it is fine to turn a blind eye to the suffering we have caused. This is not the path to helping our students become the exceptional citizens we know they can be. And just as importantly, this governing board needs to recognize that our district, like our country from its inception, is comprised of communities of many faiths, ethnicities, and backgrounds. We owe it to them to have their stories included in the history of our nation. We owe it to all of our students to provide them with a more rigorous history program than the Land of Hope. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Final public comment comes from Jean Castine.
Good evening, Governing Board, members of Cabinet, everybody here in the audience. My name is Jeannie Castine. I just wanted to share a little bit about well, first of all, let's talk about Goldwater Institute, right? This is a conservative libertarian organization. So the people who always say we don't want to politicize or indoctrinate our kids in schools and public schools are kind of the people that are bringing that to the table right now with an openly conservative organization. The book was originally written in response to Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States. McClay did not like the fact that Howard Zinn gave an accurate history and said basically that we need to have a more positive history, you know, one that people will get more happy about or something, or not question. Let's see. A couple of other things. The committee that created the curriculum was criticized, by the way, by the American Historical Association as excessively long and detailed in their prescriptions, yet totally inadequate in their vision of what history learning entails, omitting any and all forms of historical inquiry in favor of rote memorization. It goes along with the idea of like, we can learn about who Frederick Douglass is in isolation. He existed, he was enslaved, he was freed, he learned how to read. Or we could read the book. I did it with my 8th graders 15 years ago, and it was one of the most powerful experiences of my teaching career and probably of their learning lives. So especially on a night where so many people were here talking to you all about, you know, it really seems racist, y'all. It seems like a book banning district. And so to bring this book on, would you then consider bringing A People's History of the United States as well? I mean, I don't care about the grant funding, you know. That's nifty and all, but like, let's give kids actual history instead of whitewashed history. And if you listened at all to the people that were here tonight, I really hope that you will table this and not bring it back, because this is extremely biased curriculum coming from a board that says they don't want bias or indoctrination. So table it. Give it a think. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board members, comments, questions? Mrs. Brooks.
I am just going to, sorry, Ms. Cherry, I just want to extend the invitation to Matt. He's been here for a very long time with our board meeting, so I don't know if he wants to maybe come up and maybe give some of that expertise and background knowledge of the Land of Hope, since he is knowledgeable in the area of the book. So if you're willing to, I don't know if that's okay. Okay. And thank you for being here so late.
Sure, thank you. President Toby and Mr. Erickson, thank you all for the opportunity for being here as well. We're excited to make this available to the district. We appreciate you giving it consideration. We put this grant proposal together so that school districts who are interested would be able to adopt this as a textbook that they could use. Queen Creek Unified recently adopted this textbook as well for use in their classrooms. The purpose of this is to provide an engaging narrative for the students. You can actually look at the committee review from Queen Creek. Just to summarize this very briefly for you rather than my own words, this was the strengths identified by the Queen Creek Committee as well. Strengths of this: accessible for students. The narrative style is engaging and easier for many students to read than a traditional textbook, which may improve comprehension and interest. Balanced overall narrative. Committee members noted that the text presents both the strengths and challenges of American history. avoiding an exclusively positive or exclusively negative portrayal. So, I thank very much Ms. Sherry and Ms. Bantavina for their work on this. This is a textbook that is there to provide a balanced history. I know people's history was mentioned. That is a textbook that does foil with this. I'd be happy to share this around just for your own reference. The People's History of the United States, a passage of that suggests that the United States dropped the second bomb in World War II as a science experiment, and because we had invested too much money in that. So yes, there is a strong contrast between the Land of Hope, which is intended to provide a balanced resource. You can go through the book. It actually has multiple primary source excerpts from Frederick Douglass in this edition that we will be providing to the school. It has the inaugural address from Barack Obama. It has full-page spreads of the Trail of Tears. This is not something that shies away from any aspect of American history. It provides an affirming, positive sense, but it is one that delves into, there are images of slave ships, of flogged slaves. There is nothing that is intending to be whitewashed or omitted from this. So this is an opportunity to provide students a core opportunity for this. So we, as mentioned, there is a curriculum that will be coming out about this as well, so we look forward to working with the district to make this as integrated into the core instruction as possible for the district. We really do think this is a much more engaging resource. Many of you are probably familiar, recent data came out and it was less than half of Gen Z could even correctly identify what the 250th anniversary was celebrating. There is a lack of knowledge. This is something that we think can help for students across the political spectrum to be of use for them. So thank you very much for the time, and I'm happy to answer if there are any other questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you for working with Sherry and Ms. Bentavina. Thank you for also being here so late and working with him. I'm very thankful that you guys were able to help him through this and bringing this to our students. So thank you. I don't have any questions. I'm really excited for it, reading up on it, and the presentations that you have given tonight, I think is great. I think it's exciting to get that new piece of curriculum in for our students. So I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, comments, questions?
I do. Sherry, Ms. Piazza, I saw an email that came through from Azure that actually had your presentation. It popped up. So anyway, if there's anything on there that you want to reference back to, anything that you feel like wasn't said, it looks like it did come through. For the community, walk me back through, because I remember you talked, when this material was brought forward, there was discussions about how it would be used in the classroom, that it's not the main material, it is supplemental. I do have some questions as to, I mean, from our aspect, I have questions as to how did this get through our gateway process and meet our high rigor standards, because I don't think, from everything I was reading about it, I don't think it would have succeeded and gotten through that process. I do have questions with regards to how you guys decide what to put in there, but I think it's the more important question is the class that this is being used for, what are the other materials, because it is supplemental, it's not the main. So maybe you can just walk me back through that.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. In regards to this is a supplemental, so it's not necessarily that it went through an entire gateway review process as a supplemental. Supplementals are identified to extend, to enrich, to supplement or support with additional material. So it's not replacing the core, which is our SAVIS. What's the name of our SAVIS one? Sorry. U.S. Interactive. So that is the core text. So upon consideration of a supplemental, what happens with the supplemental is the core scope, sequence, and pacing has been developed, and then where Land of Hope could extend or accentuate the learning with our interactive, this would be put in the scope and sequence. So an additional line in there, but it's not replacing the core at all.
So explain to me, with this supplemental research, or not research, oh my goodness, supplemental materials, how is it adding to or going in more depth of some of the standards within that class? Because I didn't understand that this was a book that had sections that delved deeper into the various different topics in this AP course it's being used for.
It provides or presents the information in a different way through that narrative storytelling. So it would be adding that layer of here's the factual information, here's a narrative story approach to how that factual information may have existed in the world at that time.
So is there a possibility that it's also like students may read like a factual event and then that story and the narrative to it may be opposing, or is it, and that's a conversation, or is it the narrative that supports the factual information?
Mrs. Ewing, it could be both. It just depends. It could be providing that alternate perspective, which we know in social studies is a multiple perspective. It could be used to enhance the perspective that's already there or the information that is there. When we do the scope and sequence and pacing and really break down the curriculum, that's where we would identify what that look would be and where it would fall within the scope of the bigger year or semester-long plan for that course.
So this is just purely being used for students to have access to another narrative. That's what it sounds like.
It is access to a supplemental text to support the classroom instruction. It's not meant to replace the core instruction.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Bowles.
Did I email you about this, or was it the teacher that I emailed?
Yeah, you may have emailed. I believe you were talking with Mrs. Bentonvania on this.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. I just wanted to know, because when I put a face to a name, and I didn't know who you were, because I couldn't remember, but I'm very excited about this. I have read some of the background on this book, and I also have taken some classes at Hillsdale College, because constitutional classes are actually free, and they're really good. I think I've mentioned that even when we voted to have this in. So very excited. The reason I asked if I emailed, because I would love to be a part of the learning process in all of this. And the other thing that I just want to put a shout out, because I didn't realize that our district and Queen Creek, I believe, are the only two in our state that are doing the Land of Hope. Am I right in that? Or am I asking out of context questions?
President Toby, Member Bowles, there are other public schools that do use it. There are charter schools, charter networks, and individual charter schools that use it. The Queen Creek and Peoria are the first two school districts. Queen Creek did adopt it as an actual basic textbook, so it is their core instructional resource for what, as an option under state law, you can adopt up to 5 of them. So their recommendation was adopting that as a textbook. It sounds like the Peoria process is potentially a little bit different for how you guys go about kind of putting that together, or potentially to revise that later. But for Queen Creek and Peoria, those would be the first two school districts in Arizona to deploy this. And again, this is the brand new second edition, which we're providing. So this would actually be the first year this is even a resource that's being made available to schools.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you for staying so late. I only have one more question, and that is, can a board member purchase one of those books? For real, I'm serious.
President Toby.
Through your website, or their website, I'm sorry, or should I go through the district? I know you have 40-some books. That's what I heard. I don't want to take a book from a classroom, but I'd like to purchase one.
Yeah. President Toby, Member Bowles, we don't sell the books ourselves. We are purchasing them to donate. They are available through the publisher and on Amazon through both of those options.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Clerk Profit.
No questions for me.
And none for me. So with that, we just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the high school supplemental social studies text for high school United States History Encounter books, Land of Hope, and Invitation to the Great American Story as presented.
I'll second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, motion by Mrs. Bowles, second by Mrs. Rooks. Board members, cast your votes. Okay, motion carries 4 yeas, 1 nay. Thank you, board members. Moving on to section 12.3, Citizens Advisory Board. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Toby. Clerk Prophet and board members and those of you who have lasted this long this evening. It looks like the rest of the agenda is probably me. So you're going to see me up here for a minute. So the governing board asked us to have a process to select citizen advisory committee members. We did an all call to our community, anybody who was interested in serving in the capacity of this advisory committee. And some of the considerations that we gave them as far as an outline was we wanted people who would be able to see Peoria as a whole rather than just an individual school or neighborhood, diverse perspectives. We strived for district-wide representation and then relevant experience in different areas. So we got over 125 of our community members. I know, isn't that amazing? I was so impressed with the amount of community that showed interest in being part of our process and really being able to define what the district looks like moving forward and giving those recommendations back to the board. So the board made recommendations. We had 9 individuals that were identified by the governing board, and then the district administration, we reviewed the remaining 116 applicants to look. What our goal was is to make sure we had fair representation across all of our schools, but we wanted to limit that committee from being too unmanageable. So we decided, we picked a number 25 committee members to be able to work with. And we have the recommendation. There's an attachment to your board agenda, so you have the list of all of the members that we're recommending, and with each of the members we gave you kind of the school that they're associated with, and some of them you'll see are associated with multiple schools because, you know, their kids were in elementary, their kids went to high school, some are grandparents, but we have a breadth of, and you have little bios with each one of them to kind of see the wealth of experience and knowledge that we're going to bring to you as far as this committee. So this evening, we are asking for your approval for the committee selection that we have put in front of you. And we also have the calendar on there. And then based on your approval of the committee members, we will be reaching out to each one of them and we'll be setting up the meetings. There were several of them that were here this evening. I don't know if any of them are still here, but they did come to be part of there's a few, I think, to be part of the board meeting tonight. So I want to thank all of them. I'm sure they're home now. They're like, Marcy, it's 11 o'clock. I said, I know. Sorry. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. No public comment on this line item. Board members, any comments or questions?
I do not, but thank you for putting this together, and thank you for also the reminders you sent to us, each of us, so that we could make sure that reminding everybody to fill them out. So thank you for that.
Anything else, board members? No?
I do. I don't even know if it's a question because I'm having a hard time navigating this new system. Do we have a list on here? Is that what you said? Oh, I see it now. I had to scroll down and it's like so small. Okay, that's all I needed. Thanks.
If we're ready for a motion, I can motion. I will move to approve, let me find the list members, there it is, for the Citizens Advisory Committee as presented.
I will second.
Okay, Azure, we have a motion by Mrs. Ewing, second by Clerk Proudfit. Board members, cast your votes.
Really quick. Is it 25 on this list that have been approved? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
We're asking you.
Okay, that's, sorry, it's so small that I can't even see it, so.
Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 12.2, Energy Management and Conservation. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, so thank you, President Toby, and members of the board. So If we remember back when school was getting out in May, I sent out an email and said, teachers, take your refrigerators home and don't bring them back. And I think a few of you heard from some of our staff members about that request, and I heard as well. And so we thought maybe we need to rethink our approach to the budget savings that we had identified in our stabilization plan was to save some energy and to do some conservation for that. So after much conversation with several of you and met with some teacher representatives, I actually owned it in front of all of our administrators. And, you know, it's an example of when we're leaders and we make decisions and sometimes we haven't thought them through very well or considered all the stakeholders in the conversation, much like we were talking about this evening, right? And the administrators gave me lots of good feedback as well. As a result of that, you have a plan that's attached to this agenda item. And the plan kind of outlines some of the different ways that we can save energy and some of the approaches that we would like to take. So just a high-level overview of, we spend $9.5 million annually on electricity and water. It's a lot. So we want to target, let's be methodical about this. Let's target efficiencies and where can we really have some impact. So there are some different ways that we're going to do that. Monitoring our HVAC optimization, right? That temperature setting. And so many times I've heard comments from our staff about, Marcy, it's running 24 hours a day. Can we make sure that we're, you know, using our energy management system? Yes, we've put that in place. There's going to be occupancy. Obviously, we have people who use our facilities, and we'll have to, you know, leave some of those systems on when we have after-hours activities. But making sure that, you know, just the simple thing, turn off the lights if it's not on the automated. Turn the light off when you leave the room. I think I probably drive everybody in this office crazy because I'm always going around turning lights off. You know, does that light need to be on? Just to be conscious of that. And then the appliances. So in that document that you have, you will see there are several appliances that we are saying are not appropriate for use in classrooms. And a lot of those are fire code issues, like hot plates should not be in classrooms. But for the refrigerators, what we're asking is people share. So administrators have this great idea. They're like, well, maybe one per grade level, or, you know, we can negotiate that with the staff. There was lots of conversation around, should we have staff pay to use the refrigerators? We discussed that at length, and we said, we've just done 3 furlough days for our staff. You know, it didn't feel right to ask them to pay for a refrigerator, so we thought we will put some things in place to kind of manage. We don't even know how many refrigerators, honestly, we have. So one of the suggestions was, well, let's register them. We know how many refrigerators we are. We can kind of gear to now let's manage the usage by things like a microwave. Unplug it when you're not using it. You know, unplug the refrigerator when it's break, when you know, it's fall break, winter break. So there are things in here that we're going to work with our administrators to communicate out to their staff if this is acceptable to the board tonight. We've also engaged with an energy management company that is helping us be more efficient in the way we use our energy. Also, they will run reports for us so that we can see how that usage is, and if we've got some spikes some places, we can address those needs immediately. So I believe that with the monitoring the systems and putting some of these automations in place, we'll be able to achieve our energy savings this year. So, without taking refrigerators out of everybody's classroom. So, I stand for any questions.
Well, that's great news, Mrs. Rodriguez, because we've all definitely heard it. But I'm glad we would find some middle ground and to still try to accomplish our energy savings. So any other additional comments, questions, board members?
Thank you for putting this together and working with the schools, because I know that that was something that we were getting emailed on. And I do go around our house too and turn off the lights when our kids leave for school, and they leave all their lights on in their bedrooms and bathrooms. And yep, so I'm very familiar with lights and fans. So I do the same thing. But that's all I have. Thank you.
President Hovey, I just want to say thank you for putting this together and including our staff in how do we solve this issue, is that we do need to reduce costs and really getting them on board to be creative, because each of the campuses, the things that they use are a little bit different, and asking them to share and come up with that, then I'm hoping that we'll get better adherence to it as well. So I appreciate it, and just your willingness to work with the staff. I think that goes a long way to letting them know we value them. So thank you.
We talked about this at graduation. I remember it like it was yesterday. Thank you. I know that this was it's easier just to say, no, we're going to do it. I got other things I got to attend to. But it shows our staff that we care. You care. And I know that you know that. So sharing in the pod, I remember having that conversation with you. Just a suggestion. But it would be kind of fun if we had, for those that wanted to participate, a contest in finding a baseline. What are we spending now, right? And then have either grade level contests throughout our district, or grade level and or campus wide. How much have you saved versus how much we were spending? You could make that lessons. You could make that a campus wide. I'm thinking in my head because of many different hats I played in public education period, that even having a mascot would be kind of fun, to go to every campus and be like, okay, how much did you save? And I don't know, does APS have some? I don't know, or SRP, I don't know. But I know they have teaching materials for energy saving. But thank you again for just putting the effort in and sharing and showing our teachers and our staff that they care. I will say, and I'm sure there's many other reasons, but first of all, I knew that and to this day, I still know some of the administrators' favorite drinks, because if you bring a drink, because they cannot leave. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, that, hey, they're stuck in their classroom. I mean, they're lucky if they can go to the bathroom, right? So to have a drink in their refrigerator or lunch or whatever, that's just means a lot. So thank you for working all that out.
Any comments?
I'm good. They said everything that needed to be said, and we've talked about this so much, so I know our teachers are shouting for joy.
All right, I don't have anything additional. I'm just going to move to approve the energy conservation guidelines as presented.
I'll second.
Azure, we have a motion made by myself, seconded by Mrs. Rooks. Board members, cast your votes. Bless you. All right, with 5 yeas, the fridges are back. Congratulations. Moving on. 12.5, Arizona Department of Education Private Day School Vendor List for fiscal year 2026-2027. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Toby, members of the board. This evening, you have in front of you a list of approved private special education schools that the Department of Education has vetted, and we would like to adopt this list as approved vendors for us as well, for our special needs students.
Okay. There is no public comment on this item. Board members, any?
Question.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Mrs. Rodriguez, with all of these special education services, is there any way we can put something in place where we're asking them about just how they do their evaluations when we send students to them? Not how they do evaluations, just that they're being done on a timely basis. If we are responsible for ensuring they're getting the proper education, just wanting to make sure that we have some sort of contract or something, that just a good way when they're being evaluated, so we know that they're progressing, because our name is ultimately on this. So
thank you.
And however that needs to be, so.
President Toby. Ms. Ewing, I have spoken with Carrie Burns, who is our executive director over our exceptional student services, and her team has put a process in place to where we are monitoring and managing the outsourced private day schools and scheduling those irregular evaluations and those touch bases with them. And yes, any organization that we will be working with will make a commitment to make sure that they are honoring what the district requires as far as services for our students.
Okay, great. Can you, when you get an opportunity, can you just send an update in the board to the Friday report on kind of what that process is, just so that we, if anybody asks us, we can be able to communicate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Appreciate that comment. And anybody else have any comments or questions on this item? Okay, just need a motion, please.
I'll move to approve, move to approve and ratify the Arizona Department of Education private day school vendor, let me find the rest of it, vendor list for fiscal year 26-27 as presented.
I'll second.
Mrs. Cutler, have a motion by Mrs. Ewing, second by Mrs. Rooks. Okay, motion carries 4 yeas and 1 absent. Okay. Moving on to 12.6, Capella University Site-Based Learning Affiliation Agreement. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Toby, members of the board. So this is an affiliation agreement with Capella University to partner with them and their students to come and work alongside and be interns and do practicum experiences with our district experts. This, again, is another way, much like student teachers, to build our own pipeline. Nurses and psychologists are oftentimes hard to find. So we always welcome helping the next generation come up and learn.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Comments, questions, board members?
I move to approve the Capella University Site-Based Learning Affiliation Agreement as presented.
And I will second. This is covered. Motion by Clerk Proudfit, seconded by myself. Board members, cast your votes. Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. 12.7.
So the next item is a requirement that has been imposed by the Arizona Auditor General's Office in an interpretation of statute. I will tell you that the purpose of this is to give districts guidelines, for the governing board to give us guidelines when we're purchasing food. And this is for not culinary, it's not for kid activities. This is for like if we have staff meetings. So you'll see all the list of the different areas that you would be approving as far as what you're saying. Yes, it's okay for us to have food at district-sponsored trainings, new employee orientation, parent-teacher conferences, district leadership teams. So there's a list in you giving us these guidance and these parameters, and then also there's a value that we've added. And I will tell you, this has come as a result of some performance reviews that they've done with other organizations, other school districts, that are spending a lot of money on doing a retreat off site. And so they felt that these guidelines need to be put in place. And we really manage and monitor how food is purchased in this district. So I will tell you that we will have no problem following these guidelines and standards. As a matter of fact, we're probably more conservative than most districts that I've worked in.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Anything from the board?
I have a quick question. What fund does that come out of?
So we have funds that are gifts and donations that our schools use, and then also civic funds, which is funds that they would use because people have used their facilities. So it does not come out of M&O funds.
So a donation or a gift that I, as a parent, would want to make to a school, they could keep that for that?
No, it has to be for the intended purpose of the principal's discretion. If you give a donation and say, I want this to be used
go to
in the
that.
classroom, then we have to honor whatever the donation intent is.
Okay, and then you said are you talking about ADE had guidelines, or were we talking about?
No, I'm talking about the
Got you.
Arizona Auditor General's office.
Oh, that's right,
has
you said
given
that,
us the
sorry, okay,
guidelines.
got it, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else? No?
I'll motion to approve the resolution of provisions of food and beverages as presented.
I'll second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, motion by Mrs. Brooks, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. Cast your votes. Motion passes 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. 12.8, Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, so this is a sole source for our CTSOs. So those are our career technology student organizations, much like an ASBO would be for, for business officials. But we want to claim them as sole source because they're really the only organization that we can use for these particular types of events and activities for our students.
Okay, and there is no public comment on this one. Board members, questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, seeing none, just need a motion.
I'll motion to approve the procurement of the proprietary items directly from the governing organization or their authorized distributor for career and technical student organizations, CTSO programs.
I'll second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, motion by Mrs. Brooks, seconded by Mrs. Bowles. If you can cast your votes, board members. Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. 12.9, RFP 27-30203.
Yes, so this is a request for proposal for an independent educational evaluation. And we are asking the board to allow us to go out for this request for proposal, and that we would be allowing other school districts to write on our co-ops, as much as you see that we use other districts' co-ops as well. And when I first looked at that number and I asked Ms. Barwick, I said, please tell me we don't spend $2 million in independent evaluations. And she said, no, that's encompassing all the districts that may want to use the contract.
Very good. No public comment on this one either? Any board member feedback, questions?
This is just to vote, sorry, to ask for the,
For us to go out for it. So Ms. Barwick will go send a solicitation out, and then we'll bring the recommended organizations back to you once the solicitation has been finalized.
Thank you.
Okay, just need a motion.
I will move.
Go ahead.
I will move to approve the issuance of the request for proposal, RFP 27-3203, Independent Educational Evaluation Services as a SAVE cooperative.
I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, motion by Mrs. Ewing, second by Clerk Proudfit.
Mr. Toby, so that was a motion by Mrs. Ewing
Correct.
and a second by Proudfit.
Correct.
Thank you. My screen froze.
Board member, cast your votes.
And we're on item number 12.10, correct?
Well, we're voting on 12.9 right now.
I can resend if you'd like.
No, it's okay. It's just, it takes.
There it goes. Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Now moving on to 12.10, new cooperative contracts. Mrs. Rodriguez.
So you will see quite a list of contracts here. So these contracts are replacing contracts that expired. So Ms. Barwick and her team do an amazing job of managing and monitoring when the contracts that we have asked the board for approval expire. So you'll see these are for one-year renewals, so you notice that we bring them back. But these are brand new. You've never seen these ones before. So varying list of different types of items. There's materials that we would be purchasing. There is some telecommunications. There is some consulting in here, but just a broad brush of all the different types of services that we would need contracts for.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez, and thank you, Mrs. Barrick, for your work on all of these items. We appreciate your attentiveness to it. Board members, any other comments, questions? Okay, I move to approve and ratify the addition of the cooperative contracts as presented.
I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert-Bush, by myself, seconded by Clerk Proudfit. Board members, cast your votes. Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you very much. Good job, Mr. Rodriguez. Moving on to section 13, closing public comment 13.1. We do have one public comment for closing comment. Emily Sater? Is Emily still here? No? Okay. Moving on to 14.1, report on what's coming up. Hold on, let me see what's going on here.
President Toby, members.
Mrs. Airy, go ahead, sorry.
Nothing
I
to
can't
add to the
scroll.
report this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, the words cut off here. 14.2, report on public, fill in the blank. Okay, it's on the website. 14.3, legislative, state, and local updates.
Just one thing that I would like to bring to the attention of the community. There is a proposition, and I've given information to the board about it, but Proposition 320. And it's a change in public school education funding where it is putting in place to require us to spend 60% of our funds in the classroom. And I would just encourage everyone to do their research on this one. I'll be bringing some more detailed information to the board at a future meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. All right, 14.4 budget reports is also available on our website. 14.5, report on requested future agenda items is also listed on our website. 15, other business. 15.1, request for agenda items for a future board meeting. Mrs. Rooks, anything for a future board meeting?
Yes, I wanted to request, her name is Gretchen Bell. She handles forensic audits with regards to mandatory reporting. So I would like to have a possible discussion and vote at a meeting for that, and I can send you guys her contact information too.
I'll second.
Thank you. The other request is a staff member emailed, I believe myself and Mrs. Ewing, regarding fundraising ideas for 8th grade promotion. She had some questions regarding some of the ideas that she wanted to do. So I think I sent it to you, Ms. Rodriguez. I just don't know if we can look at that at a future meeting, if we need to re-bring those up, if that's possible to look into. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes, yeah.
If I may include that in a Friday report, and we'll reach out to the teacher.
Okay, all right, thank you.
that-
Nope,
Oh, I'll
okay, I didn't
second
know if
that.
you were gonna, okay, second, thank you. It was mentioned the back of students' cards has a phone number for if they see something. I just would like a breakdown of what that process looks like. What is the phone number? Where does it go to? And then the process of if something is brought forward to a staff member at a school, do they first call the police and DCS first? Or do they call the district first? I just kind of want to know what the process is regarding those key factors.
I'll second.
That Friday report's fine, sorry, thank you. And the last one is just if it's possible to have some type of calendar regarding like the different events that are going on for all board members to be shared with. I've been seeing a lot of online social media of events that are happening, and I've just not been getting those. So I just don't know if there's somewhere else that I should be looking for all of those events. So I don't know if that's possible to look into as well.
I'll second. Didn't we have a calendar that Dr. Summers, that he would notify us of visits and then we have a district calendar, correct? So for the board, meaning we decided when we could go on those tours.
For tours,
Can we,
yeah.
right, can we make that both? The events and that?
Mrs. Blaine, I think we had it was managed by Mrs. Cuthbert as far as helping arrange for site visits, but I'm sure we can come up with something else that works for everybody.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I have.
All right, Mrs. Ewing.
If there's any way, and I think it would be helpful for our community, so it would almost be, I suppose it could be a discussion item, but it could just really be a report, is how it's not really complaints are handled, but when we as a board get a lot of requests from the community on to handle a specific issue that's happening at a campus. And I feel like if they don't feel like they're getting the resolution at the principal's level, that then they're coming straight to the board. And we have executive directors of schools, we have Dr. Rachel Turner. So I don't know, and I know we've had a lot of shifts, so we now don't have social workers in there where some of these would go to. So if we could just have, hey, community, if you need extra support that you're not getting at that level, what is the right, I don't want to say chain of command, but, and as a board member, I send something to you or I send it to Azure, and then I'm like, do I include Dr. Turner? Do I include the executive director of the schools? So I just don't know what that process should be.
We can add that to a Friday report, but also it sounds like we'd like to put communication out to the community so they have that opportunity to identify where their next step would be. So with Dr. Turner's new role, we have opportunity to continue to communicate that. So we'll make an effort to do that.
I don't know if I need a second on that.
No, it's information. You don't need a second, but go ahead. I'll second it just for good measure.
Okay. And then I would like, it's not on. The other thing is I would like to, how are we filling the roles that our social workers did play within the schools and those schools that no longer have them? I know that it's not like we can just ask a teacher to do therapy, right? So we wouldn't do that, but there are other roles that those social workers were playing, which could have just been like a liaison to the community resources that families and students may need. So we still have those needs. I know families have those needs, and so I'm just trying to understand how we're filling that.
Didn't we just hired
Somebody for the Family Connection Center.
liaison for that main purpose?
Yeah.
We had a new position for that, like 2-3 board meetings ago.
Is that what that liaison person is handling, is all of the social worker? I think that was a liaison.
President Toby, Mrs. Ewing, I believe the liaison positions were really related to our homelessness
homeless students or students experiencing homeless, excuse me. And so that is not a one-to-one overlap of what the social workers were doing. So we can identify where other staff have been filling in the gaps.
We have a family center, family resource, thank you, I couldn't think of the word. Do we have established person that parents can contact and say, hey, I need some, I don't know, food at a food bank? I'm sure we have one of those at every campus, right? Because we didn't get rid of them.
President Toby, Mrs. Bowles, without getting into too much discussion, since that's not this agenda item, I think we could provide what we do have in a Friday report for you. We don't
Okay.
have a specific position at every school for that, but we can detail that for you.
And I'm personally not looking for a specific person hired for that, but we've always had someone, I was that person, that you're just going to be that person that the parents contact for community needs is what I heard you say. So, yeah.
Friday report is great. If it is something that can also be shared with our community, that they would also know who to go to as well for those types of things. Because I'm not hearing that, the staff know also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Bowles, future agenda items.
I do. I would like a future agenda item and discussion around smart, safe solutions for kids conference. I'd be willing to reach out to them and even have them present if you guys want to. Everybody, Ms. Rodriguez were there, correct? And Melissa and I? So the same training we all went to. More than just what we saw, they can filter out some of the things even that we heard tonight. And it's free for now, and it'll have to be implemented because of law coming down the pipes.
I will second that.
Thank you. Future agenda item for an executive session, informational meeting regarding the prior process or the processes that we have had with what worked or what did not work in the recruiting of a superintendent.
I will second.
Thank you. And the reason I was kind of rude and interrupted your calendar is because I had on my list for touring schools. So if we can somehow get on, we didn't get to do that. I don't think at all last year. Maybe at the beginning of the year. That worked well because for us that worked full-time job. Then I can take that day off, knowing that not so much on board days. That got to be a little chaotic sometimes. But I'm okay with either. But if we can have a calendar for that and somehow get that together, that'd be great. Now that we're already into the new school year. And that Friday report, I don't know if that has to be, yeah.
Second that.
Future agenda item, executive session on Ms. Vicentainer and Danielle Airy on the behavior of a group text back in May where they were texting previous superintendent, Dr. Summers, to have a special meeting to put Ms. Vicentainer in superintendent role. Read within the text, the quote, saying purposely not telling the board, along with the decision on open meeting law violation out in public because the group text leads to the determination that there was a board majority already decided without public vote on Ms. Vicentainer being the interim superintendent.
I will second.
Azure, if you need me to send that to you, I can. Because I had to write it down. No, that's it. That's all I have.
Clerk Profit.
None for me, thank you.
Okay, I do have a couple. I believe that we already addressed it. Mrs. Ewing mentioned it as far as the discussions for contracts for our subcontractors regarding our special student placement, right? So that one I'll cross off my list for now. Future discussion item with Arizona Department of Education, Glendale Police, as well as ODM, off-duty management. I would like, if negotiations are not successful, I would like to have a discussion with all parties represented to explain an open meeting, some of the hurdles that we're experiencing.
I will second.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, some of the what we're experiencing?
Hurdles.
Oh, okay.
Get with me later. Policy regarding I'll submit a informational request on this one before I bring it back. So that's going to wrap it up for me.
President Toby, I'm sorry, one more that I just would like to have discussed. Is there any way that we can have, we can ask district to host some sort of roundtable discussion on the, Ms. Proudfoot, I think you said it well, the intent versus the impact of the DEI policy, just to be able to open that up to community members to be able to have discussions around that, give us feedback.
I will second.
Okay, thank you.
I do have, are you done?
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I do have one more thing, and it can be a Friday report. If there are policy, or not necessarily policy from, the stance of, on the books, I want to know the process. If what happened this week, what I saw happen this week was literally staff in the district putting out things that were totally not true. And then it just went south. Do we have processes in place of kind of reeling the staff in and not causing this huge panic of, they're pulling books because of this or that or whatever? Just any process that we have in place, I would like to know what that is. It's just an informational, yeah, for Friday report is fine.
I'll second Friday report.
All right. Moving on to 16, adjournment. Needing a motion to adjourn.
I will motion to adjourn.
I will second.
And in 6 minutes, it is Azure's birthday.
Well, I was hoping that our vote would be a lengthy one, so. Okay, motion by Mrs. Bowles, second by Mrs. Brooks. Board members, cast your votes. Motion carries 5 yeas. Meeting is adjourned at 11:55 p.m. Thank you all.